Back in 1492, the Americas were brought to the world's attention by Christopher Columbus. In the relentless drive to seize control of this unfamiliar territory, millions would ultimately lose their lives. Colonization efforts were undertaken by the dominant European empires of the era, and in the centuries that followed, intense conflicts unfolded alongside the rise of a powerful new global influence. Out of these developments, on July 4, 1776, a new nation was formed, the United States of America. Since that moment, global dominance in nearly every sphere has been achieved by the USA. From the creation of what is considered the most formidable military force in modern times to an array of extraordinary human achievements, the nation has often been likened to a modern-day Roman Empire. Yet the question remains, can such a superpower maintain its grip on supremacy? To truly grasp the journey of this remarkable land, the story must be traced back to its earliest beginnings, long before European settlers ever arrived. Intricate and highly advanced systems of governance and society had already been established by the native peoples of North America. For thousands of years, vast populations engaged in warfare, formed alliances, and ruled over defined territories. By the time European explorers began reaching North America in the 15th century, these indigenous communities had long been thriving and deeply rooted, immense in size and abundant in natural wealth. The North American continent stood as an irresistible draw to anyone who learned of its existence. So, when word reached a Norse seafarer named Leif Erikson, passed along by fellow explorer Bjarni Herjolfsson, that land existed west of Greenland, preparations for a voyage were quickly set in motion. Having been blown off course during his own journey, Herjolfsson had unintentionally sighted what is now known as Newfoundland. Although he never stepped ashore, his account provided Erikson with the knowledge needed to cross the Newfoundland Sea and reach North American land. A modest Norse settlement was then established by Erikson and his crew in Newfoundland, known as L'Anse aux Meadows, located at the tip of Newfoundland's Great Northern Peninsula. Alongside this main site, several smaller outposts were constructed nearby, however. Within intermittently, for perhaps 20 years to a century, these settlements were deserted, following their abandonment. Nearly 5 centuries would pass before Europeans once again arrived on North American shores, in pursuit of a quicker and more direct passage to India. Numerous expeditions were dispatched across the globe by Europe's leading powers. During October of 1492, while sailing under the Spanish crown, the Genoese explorer Christopher Columbus reached the West Indies, unintentionally, unlocking a vast new frontier for exploration. The term New World, popularized by Florentine explorer Amerigo Vespucci, soon spread widely, sparking a rush among explorers, merchants, and entrepreneurs alike. With each new voyage, sections of this newly revealed land were claimed by competing European nations through the creation and sale of maps detailing his discoveries. Vespucci earned lasting recognition, so much so that the entire hemisphere came to bear his name, America. Although early expeditions concentrated largely on the Caribbean and South America, attention quickly shifted northward toward the massive landmass beyond Hispaniola. By the early 1500s, a race had begun among the Spanish, English, Portuguese, Swedish, Dutch, and French to chart and explore the eastern coastline of North America. In 1497, the Italian navigator Giovanni Caboto, known in England as John Cabot, reached the same Newfoundland region, where Viking explorers, led by Leif Erikson, had settled nearly 500 years prior. Because no surviving records of Erikson's earlier voyage were known at the time, Cabot was credited as the discoverer of the North American continent. To the south, Florida and much of the southeastern portion of North America were charted as expeditions led by Juan Ponce de Leon, Alvar Nanez Cabeza de Vaca, and Hernando de Soto pushed forward, while preparations for Spain's permanent presence in the New World were underway. Meanwhile, in northern regions, exploration of the St. Lawrence River was carried out by Jacques Cartier, and a large stretch of the east coast was mapped for France by Giovanni de Verrazzano across the coastline. Numerous Native American tribes were encountered by European explorers. These early meetings varied widely, sometimes marked by friendliness, and at other times by conflict, as societies from entirely different hemispheres came face to face for the first time. Similar to what had occurred earlier in the Caribbean and South America, these first contacts involved exchanges of gifts and knowledge. However, alongside these interactions came exposure to European diseases, which spread rapidly among native populations, resulting in devastating illness and death. Efforts to establish lasting settlements in the New World were first undertaken during the mid-16th century. Though success was inconsistent, survival proved extremely difficult, and building a stable colony presented immense challenges. In 1585, an English attempt was made to found a permanent settlement on Roanoke Island. Located off the coast of present-day North Carolina, the Atlantic crossing had been harsh, leaving settlers with limited supplies upon arrival. Contact was made with local tribes such as the Aquascogok, Pamala, and Saconet. Tensions escalated with the Aquascogok, leading to conflict in which their village was destroyed by colonists, many of whom had military backgrounds. Relations with the Saconet, however, were far more cooperative, and they provided enough food to help the settlers endure a difficult winter. Diseases like smallpox and influenza swept through native communities and came into contact with the settlers. As communication deteriorated and violence increased, the colonists ultimately abandoned the settlement in 1587. Following the failure of the initial Roanoke effort, a second group, primarily middle-class Londoners lacking military experience, arrived and settled on Croatoan Island, about 40 miles south of the earlier site. Life remained harsh and survival was uncertain. A relief expedition sent in 1588 was intercepted and plundered by Spanish naval forces along the coast, leaving English authorities unaware of the colony's new location. That same year, Spanish ships passing near Croatoan Island observed what appeared to be an abandoned settlement when another relief mission finally reached the area in 1590. Smoke was seen rising from both Croatoan and Roanoke Islands. Upon investigation, both sites were found deserted and looted. The only evidence left behind included the letters CRO carved into a tree and the word Croatoan etched into a palisade, post believed to have been constructed by the settlers. This mysterious disappearance earned the settlement the name the Lost Colony, as its inhabitants were never found, and it was officially declared lost by the English government. Earlier, in 1564, French Huguenot settlers had attempted to establish a colony in what is now St. Augustine, Florida. Their effort ended in disaster when Spanish forces attacked, destroying the settlement and killing all the male inhabitants. Soon after, Spanish colonists founded St. Augustine, which is recognized as the first permanent European settlement in North America. Another attempt by the English to create a lasting colony took place in 1607. Organized by the London Company, this effort aimed to establish a foothold in Virginia. A marshy site along the James River was selected and named Jamestown. Initially, the colony showed promise, with settlers quickly constructing shelters, meeting spaces, and defensive fortifications. Early relations with the Powhatan tribes were tense, but gradually improved as both groups adapted to living alongside one another. The Powhatan provided food and assistance, while the colonists searched the surrounding land for gold and valuable resources. Instead of wealth, they encountered disease and harsh environmental conditions, poor organization, illness, and difficult surroundings plagued the settlers, even with native support. A turning point came when Captain John Smith assumed leadership. Through strict and authoritative management, he reorganized efforts, encouraged trade with native groups, and initiated local agriculture. Although Smith eventually returned to England, the systems he established enabled the colony to endure periods of famine and hardship. Over time, Jamestown survived and expanded, and by the mid-17th century, it had become a thriving settlement with additional communities forming nearby. It holds the distinction of being the first successful English colony in the New World. In 1619, 12 years after Jamestown's founding, another significant event occurred when the first African slaves arrived in Virginia. Approximately 20 enslaved Africans, captured from a Spanish slave ship by English privateers, were brought. To Point Comfort, many were then sold or traded to settlers in Jamestown. Although slavery had already existed in the New World since the mid-1500s, this moment marked the beginning of over 2 centuries of slavery in what would later become the United States. English colonization continued in 1620 with the establishment of the Puritan settlement at Plymouth, Massachusetts. Unlike Jamestown, which had been driven by economic motives, the Pilgrims sought religious freedom. They traveled across the Atlantic aboard the Mayflower, enduring months of severe weather. Upon arrival, they initially landed near present-day Provincetown. Concerned about legal authority and land rights, they drafted and signed the Mayflower Compact, which granted them the ability to govern themselves, while maintaining loyalty to the English crown. After determining that Provincetown was unsuitable for settlement, and following a brief but violent encounter with a local tribe, the group sailed further along the coast. Eventually, they selected Plymouth Harbor, building their new settlement atop the remains of an abandoned Patuxet village. Positioned between 2 hills where forts were later constructed, the colony struggled through its first winter, with many settlers living aboard the Mayflower while construction took place. In March 1621, contact was made with the Wampanoag people. Their leader, Chief Massasoit, approached the Pilgrims cautiously. Squanto, also known as Tisquantum, played a key role in bridging communication, a Patuxet native who spoke English due to prior contact with Europeans. He had been kidnapped in 1614 and taken abroad before eventually returning. Acting as an interpreter, he helped negotiate a peaceful agreement between the 2 groups. Later that year, in the fall of 1621, a 3-day celebration took place involving the Pilgrims and members of the Wampanoag tribe, including Massasoit. This event, featuring shared meals of local game, is now remembered as the first Thanksgiving. Much like Jamestown, Plymouth developed into a well-managed settlement. Its early achievements encouraged further investment and migration from England. Increasing numbers of settlers and companies crossed the Atlantic, founding additional colonies. Throughout the 17th century, English presence expanded significantly as settlements grew and merged. The Massachusetts Bay Colony, for instance, eventually absorbed Plymouth and neighboring communities as it expanded. As these colonies became more stable, trade with Europe flourished, bringing goods, wealth, and more settlers to the New World. At the same time, other European nations sought to establish their own footholds, competing for control of coastal territories. What began as small outposts along the shoreline gradually transformed into vast regions, claimed in the names of distant European monarchs. Serving as the vital entryway to the Mississippi River, it stood as one of the most prized possessions within France's North American domain, a true crown jewel of their colonial empire. As the 18th century unfolded, colonial settlements steadily expanded, while vast portions of North America were divided up and claimed by European powers. Boundaries between these territories were drawn through treaties and diplomatic agreements among these nations, often disregarding the native populations already inhabiting the land and the intricate networks of relationships they had established. Many native groups resisted, seizing opportunities where they arose. Tribes sometimes allied with European settlers, and at other times opposed them, frequently igniting violence. Attacks on settlements became a common occurrence, and colonists could not always depend on distant imperial forces to defend them when serious threats emerged. Among the most devastating of these conflicts was King Philip's War in 1675. Within the New England colonies, hostilities erupted following a major breakdown in negotiations between English settlers and the Wampanoag tribe along with their allies. Metacomet, the son of Massasoit, who had once supported the Pilgrims, had risen to leadership as the Grand Sachem for the Wampanoag Confederacy. Unlike his father, he held far less tolerance toward the colonists' disputes surrounding livestock encroachment onto Wampanoag lands and the influence of colonial missionaries attempting to convert native peoples to Christianity pushed tensions to a breaking point. To Metacomet, the continued presence of settlers represented a growing threat. Under his leadership, an alliance of Algonquian tribes launched coordinated attacks not only on scattered rural settlements across New England, but also on larger, well-established towns. With no standing English army stationed in the colonies, local militias were assembled to defend colonial communities. In retaliation, these militias deliberately targeted native villages, aiming to weaken their enemies' ability to sustain warfare, while also provoking further conflict. The war took a decisive turn in 1676 when Metacomet was killed. Only a year after the conflict began, his death proved catastrophic for the Wampanoag and their Narragansett allies. Without central leadership, resistance collapsed quickly, and the New England militia gained the upper hand. The Wampanoag population was nearly destroyed, and surviving allies were driven out of New England entirely. At the time, it stood as the deadliest conflict North America had ever witnessed. Following King Philip's War, tensions intensified between English colonists and their neighboring French and Dutch rivals. In the northeastern region, 5 native tribes situated north of New England formed the Wabanaki Confederation after observing the downfall of the Wampanoag, further escalating friction with English settlers. By 1689, only 2 years after the conclusion of King Philip's War, warfare resumed, this time driven by conflicts between European powers themselves. Violence erupted as Iroquois tribes aligned with the English launched assaults on French settlements, while Wabanaki forces allied with the French attacked English colonies. As soldiers from both France and England began arriving in North America, colonists prepared for direct confrontation. This struggle, known as King William's War, persisted for nearly a decade. During the conflict, the French achieved victories in New York, while the English found success in Acadia, later called Nova Scotia, and along the St. Lawrence River. Despite these gains, neither side managed to capture its primary objective: Boston for the French and Quebec for the English. The war eventually ended in 1697, yet this conflict marked only the beginning. King William's War became the first in a series of 4 major wars between France and England, drawing in their respective native allies and ensuring that peace would remain short-lived. In 1701, the death of King Charles II of Spain, who left no direct heir, triggered a complex succession crisis, fueled by secret treaties and political maneuvering. European powers such as England, Austria, Prussia, and the Dutch Republic moved quickly to prevent France from claiming the Spanish throne. This struggle, known in Europe as the War of Spanish Succession, and in North America as Queen Anne's War, soon spread across the Atlantic. In the southern colonies, English settlers from Carolina clashed with Spanish forces in Florida and French colonists in Louisiana. These battles devastated native populations in the region and ultimately helped secure English dominance over Georgia. In New England, the Wabanaki once again sided with the French, carrying out persistent raids on English settlements and destabilizing the Massachusetts Bay Colony. Although English military campaigns failed once more to seize Quebec City, they achieved notable success in Acadia. While the North American theater had limited influence on the overall outcome in Europe, more than 13 years of nearly continuous warfare left lasting destruction across the continent, severely impacting both native societies and colonial communities. Ultimately, France was forced to cede key territories to England, including the Hudson River Valley, Acadia, and Newfoundland. However, these agreements did not account for the native tribes involved in the conflict, laying the groundwork for future disputes. For roughly 3 decades afterward, a period of relative calm existed among the major European powers in North America. During this time, colonies expanded in both size and complexity, establishing their own governing structures and developing a flourishing economy based on agriculture, textile manufacturing, and maritime trade. As the importance of North American colonies grew, so too did that of their counterparts in South America and the Caribbean. Vast reserves of gold and silver had been discovered in South America, while Caribbean plantations produced sugar and molasses, commodities that had become essential to European and North American markets. This entire system relied heavily on enslaved labor. By this point, colonial economies were deeply intertwined with a triangular trade network. Ships transported enslaved Africans to the Americas, where they were sold, while sugar was loaded onto vessels bound for New England. There, goods such as rum, tobacco, and cotton were exchanged before ships returned to Africa to acquire more enslaved people. This brutal cycle continued relentlessly, turning human lives into commodities in an ever-expanding system of exploitation. Slavery was widespread throughout the Caribbean and South America, and rapidly expanded within North American colonies as well. From the early 1600s through the mid-18th century, the scale of slavery increased dramatically. The number of enslaved individuals transported to the Americas rose from approximately 300,000 between 1600 and 1625 to over 2 million between 1751 and 1775. The growing economic value of the Americas directly contributed to the outbreak of yet another major conflict, the Third of the Colonial Wars. Like earlier wars, its origins lay outside North America. Tensions between Britain and Spain escalated as British leaders grew frustrated with Spain's tight control over trade in South America and the Caribbean. At the same time, Spain viewed British expansion into territories north of Florida as an encroachment on its own claims. After the establishment of the Georgia colony in 1721, the Spanish became convinced that British intentions included removing them from Florida altogether. Spanish naval forces began boarding British merchant ships in search of contraband, though technically permitted under existing agreements. These actions heightened hostilities between the two nations. In 1731, the British ship Rebecca was stopped near Cuba and inspected by Spanish officials, who discovered an illegal shipment of sugar. The ship's captain, Robert Jenkins, later claimed that during the search he had been tortured and that part of his ear had been severed, although British authorities acknowledged that Jenkins had been engaged in smuggling. His testimony before Parliament stirred public outrage. By 1739, Britain declared that Spain had committed repeated offenses against its citizens, leading to the outbreak of war in the Americas, known as the War of Jenkins' Ear. Most of the fighting occurred in the Caribbean and South America, where the British Navy attempted to capture Spanish forts and ports. In North America, clashes between British colonists in the Carolinas and Georgia and Spanish forces in Florida produced little decisive outcome. As before, native tribes suffered the greatest consequences, often being drawn into conflicts that brought devastation to their communities. Then, in 1742, yet another war erupted in Europe. This time, conflict ignited between Austria and Prussia over control of Silesia, drawing Europe once again into turmoil. Once more, disputes over succession rights pulled nearly every major European power into a widespread war. Following the death of Emperor Charles VI of Austria, a vacuum of power emerged across Central Europe. Support for his daughter, Maria Theresa, came from Great Britain, Hanover, the Dutch Republic, and Russia, while France, Spain, Prussia, and Sweden backed Charles Albert of Bavaria, who claimed his own right to the throne in Europe. This struggle became known as the War of Austrian Succession, while in North America it was referred to as King George's War. The scale of the conflict expanded rapidly, eventually absorbing earlier disputes, including the War of Jenkins. As warfare engulfed Europe, attention once again shifted toward colonial territories in North America, where France and England resumed their rivalry. Just as in previous conflicts, alliances were formed by native groups seeking advantage. The Wabanaki Confederacy sided with the French, while the Iroquois Confederacy aligned with the British, each hoping to influence the fate of their shrinking lands. Battles once again centered on strategic regions such as Acadia and the St. Lawrence River. A turning point came in 1745, when British colonial forces achieved a major victory by capturing Fortress Louisbourg, located at the mouth of the St. Lawrence River, marking their first significant success in decades of conflict. Fighting also spread southward into New York and across New England, placing immense strain on colonial populations. In the later years of the war, British colonists suffered heavily from the ongoing violence. When peace was finally reached in 1748, frustration erupted among the British colonists who were required to return Louisbourg to the French, despite the heavy losses they had endured to capture it. After years of bloodshed, borders were simply reset to their previous positions, leaving neither side with meaningful gains. Lingering territorial disputes, unresolved tensions, and deep-rooted grievances ensured that peace would not last. Across the frontier, conflict continued as British settlers, French colonists, and native tribes all competed for control of the wilderness. The absence of clearly defined boundaries between French and British lands remained a persistent source of friction. And despite repeated wars, no lasting agreement had ever clarified ownership. Another war seemed inevitable. It was only a matter of time. In late 1753, orders were issued by Virginia's Lieutenant Governor, Robert Dinwiddie, directing a young Officer Major George Washington to force French troops out of forts in the Ohio River Valley. Virginia claimed the region and believed it had the authority to remove French forces still stationed there from previous conflicts. Washington's mission resulted in a refusal by the French to withdraw. After returning, he was promoted to lieutenant colonel and sent back into the valley with orders to expel the French by force if necessary. In April 1754, French troops, alerted by their native allies, the Mingos, learned of a small British fort constructed by colonial militia in the region. They advanced on the position, captured it, and replaced it with a stronger fortification, which they named Fort Duquesne. Meanwhile, further south, Washington and his small force composed of colonial militia and allied native warriors encountered a French encampment and launched an attack. The French were swiftly defeated, later claiming they had intended to deliver a diplomatic message and warned Washington of his intrusion into what they considered French territory. Unexpectedly, the native leader accompanying Washington, Tanegrisson, killed the wounded French commander, likely driven by long-standing hostility toward the French. Anticipating retaliation, Washington quickly constructed a defensive position, which he named Fort Necessity. As predicted, French forces from Fort Duquesne surrounded the hastily built fort and forced Washington to surrender. This relatively small clash would ignite a global conflict. In response, Lieutenant Governor Dinwiddie called for assistance from neighboring colonies and the British government, concerned that French control of the region might strengthen their territorial claims. Britain quickly dispatched troops to attack French positions in the Ohio River Valley and along the St. Lawrence River. France, in turn, reinforced its forces in North America to prepare for the expected British offensive. Before long, England and France found themselves at war yet again. Early British campaigns in Canada and the Ohio River Valley ended in failure. At first, it appeared that the French would successfully defend their holdings and even expand their influence, capturing several key British forts in New York, including Fort Ticonderoga and Fort William Henry. By 1758, however, momentum shifted in favor of the British. The complex network of alliances forged over decades of conflict escalated into a massive global war, the 7 Years' War. In North America, this struggle became known as the French and Indian War. What began as a regional dispute quickly expanded into the largest land war Europe had ever seen. Involving every major power of the era, millions of soldiers were mobilized, and vast fleets of naval vessels were deployed. The fighting spread far beyond North America, reaching Europe, the Caribbean, India, and parts of Asia. As French resources were diverted to defend other parts of their empire, British forces gained the upper hand in North America. The Royal Navy effectively blocked French resupply routes along the St. Lawrence River, allowing British and colonial troops to capture key locations, including Fort Niagara, Fortress Louisbourg, and Quebec City. With each loss, French control weakened further, making it increasingly clear that the struggle for North America was nearing its end. In 1760, British General Geoffrey Amherst secured the surrender of New France's governor, Pierre Francois de Rigaud, Marquis de Vaudreuil-Cavaignac, effectively ending major hostilities in the region. Elsewhere, however, the 7 Years' War continued to rage, steadily dismantling French power across the globe. Finally, in 1763, the war concluded, bringing both the global conflict and the French and Indian War to an end. Casualties were staggering for the time, with estimates reaching as high as 14 million. Of those, roughly 23,000 were attributed to the fighting in North America, less than 2% of the total losses. Over nearly a century, England had steadily defeated rival empires French, Dutch, and Spanish, solidifying its dominance in the New World. Throughout the 18th century, these victories created ideal conditions for rapid growth in the American colonies. Population surged dramatically, increasing from around 250,000 in 1700, more than 1.25 million by 1750. The colonies supplied essential raw materials, such as hemp, copper, and tar, which were vital for supporting Britain's military and naval power. While defeating France aligned with British imperial goals, it also served the interests of the colonists themselves. Deep-rooted hostility toward the French existed among English settlers, reinforced by widespread anti-Catholic sentiment, especially in strongly Protestant regions like New England. The predominance of Protestantism in the colonies was no coincidence, as many early colonization efforts had been funded by Protestant organizations, whose influence persisted well into the 18th century. During the colonial wars, however, Protestantism's influence reached its peak through a powerful religious revival known as the Great Awakening, sweeping across Europe and North America. The Great Awakening sparked a surge in religious enthusiasm and expanded the reach of Protestant beliefs. New theological ideas emerged, particularly concerning salvation and spiritual rebirth, spread by traveling preachers who delivered sermons across towns and countryside alike. These preachers captivated audiences with their powerful oratory, drawing large crowds wherever they spoke. Among the most influential figures was George Whitefield, who traveled extensively, preaching in both major cities and small communities. Throughout the colonies, his ability to attract massive gatherings was remarkable. In October 1740, while speaking in Boston, Whitefield reportedly drew a crowd exceeding 30,000 people from across New England. At the time, Boston itself had a population of only about 17,000, making the turnout nearly double the city's size. Through this movement, religious fervor was revitalized, offering reassurance and unity during times of hardship and uncertainty. although it did not lead to political upheaval or military campaigns. As similar movements had in Europe, the Great Awakening profoundly shaped colonial society. Many individuals influenced by this revival would later play key roles in the founding of the United States. With the signing of the Treaty of Paris in 1763, Great Britain gained vast new territories, former French lands including Canada, regions east of the Mississippi River, and numerous Caribbean islands were now under British control. Excitement swept through the British colonists living in North America, as the vast western lands seemed on the verge of being opened up for expansion and settlement. Yet those territories were far from empty. They were already inhabited by numerous native groups, particularly the Iroquois and other tribes who had supported Britain during the war. In an effort to prevent further conflict, King George III introduced the Royal Proclamation of 1763, which prohibited colonists from settling west of a boundary drawn along the Appalachian Mountains, later known as the Proclamation Line. By doing so, a vast region stretching from the Appalachians to the Mississippi River was effectively designated as native land. This decision angered many American settlers who believed their sacrifices in the French and Indian War had earned them access to that territory. As a result, the proclamation was widely ignored, with settlers pushing westward anyway, intensifying tensions with native tribes and frustrating British officials trying to maintain order. Throughout the 1760s, relations between the British government and the American colonies grew increasingly strained. Following the costly 7 Years' War, Britain sought to stabilize its finances, having transformed a regional conflict into a global one with enormous expenses. To recover financially, Parliament introduced a series of taxes and laws aimed at the colonies. Although the colonists considered themselves loyal subjects of the Crown, dissatisfaction steadily mounted. Interestingly, the issue was not necessarily the amount of taxation. Many of the taxes were relatively modest. In fact, some policies were designed to lower the price of British goods, while increasing the cost of competing French and Dutch products. However, what truly angered the colonists was the absence of their input in these decisions. They believed that, as British citizens, they were entitled to the same rights and freedoms, including representation in government. In contrast, Parliament argued that the colonies were virtually represented, and that its decisions reflected their best interests. This reasoning failed to convince many Americans, and resentment steadily intensified. The phrase "no taxation without representation" soon became a rallying cry, as increasing numbers of colonists began to view King George III as oppressive and Parliament as hostile. Although Britain had long regulated colonial economies through legislation, enforcement had historically been lax, as colonial prosperity also benefited the empire. But as the 1760s progressed, tighter economic control became necessary from Britain's perspective, sparking backlash among colonists who had grown accustomed to relative freedom in trade. This shift also raised serious questions regarding the constitutional rights of Americans living in the colonies. In 1764, Parliament introduced the Sugar Act, aimed at limiting the importation of sugar and molasses from French and Dutch sources, while favoring goods from the British East India Company. Although the act reduced prices for British sugar, colonists interpreted it as an infringement on their economic independence. In response, boycotts of British goods began, though their economic impact was limited. Ironically, the East India Company experienced one of its most profitable years in 1774. Even so, British lawmakers took notice, and members of the Whig faction warned that continued tension could escalate if compromises were not reached. The following year, in 1765, Parliament passed the Stamp Act, marking the first time legislation had been directed specifically at the colonies rather than the empire as a whole. Under this law, official stamps were required on printed materials such as newspapers, almanacs, licenses, deeds, wills, and even playing cards. For the colonists, This represented an unprecedented direct tax, which many interpreted as retaliation for earlier protests. In response, secret groups known as the Sons of Liberty emerged across the colonies, intimidating those who attempted to sell the stamps, and in many cases resorting to violence. Clashes soon erupted, with British officials becoming targets of unrest. In one notable incident, the home of Massachusetts Bay's Lieutenant Governor and Chief Justice, Thomas Hutchinson, was attacked and destroyed by an angry mob led by the Sons of Liberty. Although Hutchinson and his family escaped unharmed, their residence was completely demolished. Not all colonists embraced violence, however. Some pursued coordinated political action instead. Representatives from 9 colonies gathered in New York City for the Stamp Act Congress, where they drafted a formal declaration outlining their grievances. This document asserted that taxes imposed without representation violated the fundamental rights of the colonists, not only as British subjects, but as human beings. Once again, economic protest through boycotts was employed, and this time the results were significant. Imports to the colonies dropped sharply, falling from £2,250,000 in 1764 to £1,944,000 in 1765. Meanwhile, in Britain, Benjamin Franklin argued on behalf of the colonies before Parliament, warning that continued mistreatment could lead to rebellion. A shift in political leadership within Parliament, more sympathetic to Whig views, ultimately led to the repeal of the Stamp Act. However, in 1766, the Declaratory Act was passed, asserting Parliament's authority to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. Both sides interpreted these developments as victories. Parliament believed it had firmly established its authority over colonial governance, while the colonists assumed that direct taxation without representation would not be attempted again. Still, the situation remained unresolved, leaving room for future conflict if handled poorly. By 1767, Britain's financial troubles persisted. The Rockingham government, which had repealed the Stamp Act, faced criticism from Tory opponents, who argued that it had yielded too easily to colonial pressure. Amid this political struggle, Charles Townshend, serving as Chancellor of the Exchequer under William Pitt the Elder, rose to prominence after Pitt's sudden death in 1766. Though Townshend himself would die just a year later, he played a crucial role in shaping policy during this period, driven by financial necessity and political pressure. Townshend introduced a set of 5 measures later known collectively as the Townshend Acts, aimed at generating revenue and reasserting British control over the colonies. A sequence of legislative measures, collectively known as the Townshend Acts, was introduced, beginning with what came to be called the Revenue Act, which placed direct duties on items such as lead, glass, paper, paint, and most notably tea. Next, a new customs board was established in Boston, granting officials sweeping authority over ships entering and leaving colonial ports. Following that, the New York Assembly was suspended from conducting its legislative affairs until it complied with the Quartering Act of 1765, which had been enacted alongside the Stamp Act. Another measure, widely referred to as the Tea Act, but formerly known as the Indemnity Act, reduced duties on tea imported by the British East India Company, aiming to curb the widespread smuggling of Dutch tea into British markets. The final piece of legislation, the Colonial Trade Act, passed after Townshend's death in 1767, targeted smuggling more aggressively by transferring authority over customs violations from local courts to Admiralty courts. Before his passing, Townshend had anticipated that these policies might spark rebellion among the colonists, and his fears proved entirely justified. Across the colonies, activity surged. Grievances were rapidly spread through pamphlets, letters, and newspaper publications written by individuals ranging from lawyers to farmers. Committees of correspondence emerged, facilitating the exchange of ideas and debate over the growing political and economic crisis. Meanwhile, the Sons of Liberty, once again mobilized, enforcing boycotts of British goods and inciting unrest wherever conditions allowed, in Boston especially. Tensions escalated to such a degree that customs officials were forced to flee the city. In response, British authorities deployed troops to occupy Boston in an effort to restore order. The consequences of this occupation became evident on March 5, 1770. That evening, a British sentry stationed at the Boston Customs House found himself confronted by an increasingly hostile crowd. Accounts suggest that the incident began with a verbal dispute between the soldier and a young apprentice wigmaker. After exchanging insults with both the sentry and his officer, the apprentice refused to leave and was struck on the head with the soldier's musket. As the altercation intensified, a crowd gathered, further amplified by alarm bells ringing mistakenly signaling a fire, which drew even more residents to the scene. As the situation deteriorated, the sentry called for reinforcements, while the mob grew increasingly aggressive, hurling ice and oyster shells and demanding that he fire his weapon. Captain Thomas Preston soon arrived with a small detachment from the 29th Regiment's Grenadier Company, positioning his men around the sentry with bayonets fixed. By this point, the crowd had swelled to several hundred people, continuing to press forward while shouting and throwing objects. Preston ordered the crowd to disperse and instructed his troops to prepare their weapons. As tension peaked, voices from the crowd reportedly shouted, "Fire! Damn you, fire!" In the chaos, a soldier was struck by a projectile, causing him to lose his grip on his musket. When he retrieved it and stood again, a shot was fired unintentionally into the crowd. Moments later, panic spread among the soldiers, and they discharged their weapons in an uncoordinated volley. As the smoke cleared and the crowd scattered in shock, 3 colonists, Samuel Gray, James Caldwell, and Crispus Attucks, lay dead. 2 others, Samuel Maverick and Patrick Carr, were fatally wounded and later died. This tragic event became known as the Boston Massacre. Following the incident, Boston was placed on high alert, with British troops preparing for potential further unrest. The subsequent trial attracted widespread attention, as the Sons of Liberty portrayed the victims as martyrs. Despite his opposition to British policies, Attorney John Adams took on the defense of the soldiers. Guided by his belief in the rule of law, he argued that the men were not guilty of murder. Ultimately, 6 soldiers were acquitted, while 2 were convicted only of manslaughter, although the trial reinforced Adams's commitment to legal principles. It did little to align him with the more radical views of his cousin Samuel Adams. While tensions remained high in Boston, they gradually eased in other colonies. By 1773, amid a severe financial crisis, Parliament sought once more to stabilize the British East India Company. To do so, it passed the Tea Act of 1773, which allowed the company to sell tea directly in the colonies without paying duties, while imposing high costs on competing Dutch imports. In response, members of the Sons of Liberty organized a bold protest. Disguised as Native Americans, they boarded 3 ships in Boston Harbor and dumped 342 chests of tea into the water. This act of defiance became known as the Boston Tea Party. The destroyed tea was valued at approximately £9,659. At the time, equivalent to about $1.7 million today. Outraged by the incident, Parliament enacted a series of punitive measures in 1774, collectively known as the Intolerable Acts. The first 3 acts specifically targeted Massachusetts. The Boston Port Act closed the harbor until the colonists compensated Britain for the lost tea, punishing even those who had not participated in the protest. The Massachusetts Government Act revoked the colony's charter and placed it under direct British control, restricting town meetings and requiring royal approval for appointments. Meanwhile, the Administration of Justice Act allowed British officials accused of crimes to be tried in Great Britain if a fair trial in Massachusetts was deemed impossible. The fourth measure, The Quartering Act of 1774 applied to all colonies and permitted governors to house British soldiers in private buildings when necessary. For many colonists, these acts represented an unacceptable violation of their rights. What had once been frustration now began to transform into outright hostility, pushing the colonies closer to rebellion. Parliament had hoped these measures would isolate Massachusetts, where resistance had been strongest. Instead, they prompted a unified colonial response. In the fall of 1774, delegates from across the colonies convened the First Continental Congress, seeking to address their grievances and petition the British government for repeal of the intolerable acts. However, their appeals went unanswered, with no response forthcoming. Representatives gathered once more in May 1775 for the Second Continental Congress. As they attempted to organize further boycotts and seek a resolution, tensions that had been building since the end of the French and Indian War finally reached a breaking point on a quiet April morning in 1775. Just outside Boston, on the night of April 18, 1775, as tensions simmered between Boston's citizens and the British forces stationed in and around the city, word reached the Sons of Liberty that General Thomas Gage intended to march his troops toward Concord to seize and destroy a stockpile of weapons and gunpowder hidden there. In response, warnings were spread across the countryside as Paul Revere and William Dawes rode through the night, alerting colonists that British troops were on the move. Later remembered by many as the famous cry, "The British are coming." Roused from sleep, militia members grabbed their firearms and hurried out to intercept the advancing soldiers before they could reach Concord. By the morning of April 19, 1775, a standoff had formed on the Lexington Green between Massachusetts militia and British regulars. When commanded to disperse and return home, the militia refused, choosing instead to hold their ground. Captain John Parker, leading roughly 70 militia members, instructed his men not to fire unless they were fired upon first. Meanwhile, British officers ordered their troops to ready their muskets, but warned them against shooting. Then, without warning, a shot echoed across the field. Its origin remains unknown to this day, with neither side claiming responsibility. That single gunshot, later immortalized as the shot heard around the world, marked a moment when rising anger and resentment finally erupted into open conflict, signaling the start of war. At its outset, however, the American Revolution was not truly intended as a revolution, though the ideas it inspired would later prove transformative. The initial actions of the Continental Congress reflected a desire for reconciliation rather than outright independence. In its earliest phase, the conflict resembled more of a rebellion, as colonists sought to reclaim what they believed were their inherent rights as British subjects. Early militia successes on the battlefield helped sustain the momentum of resistance. Nevertheless, Britain soon responded with determination, launching a coordinated effort to suppress the uprising. At the Battle of Bunker Hill in June 1775, British troops seized fortified positions held by colonial forces near Boston, but only at great cost. It quickly became apparent that without unity, the colonies risked being defeated individually. Although some delegates at the Second Continental Congress still hoped for reconciliation, a crucial decision was made to form a unified military force to avoid being overwhelmed piecemeal. Leadership of this newly formed Continental Army was entrusted to George Washington, a colonel from Virginia, born into one of Virginia's most prominent families. Washington had once aspired to serve as a naval officer in the British Navy. His mother, Mary Ball Washington, discouraged this path, fearing the dangers of life at sea, and urged him instead to pursue a military career on land. Following her advice, Washington sought a commission in the British Army, working as a surveyor and cultivating connections with Virginia's royal governor in hopes of securing an appointment. Despite his efforts, such a commission was never granted. Instead, he served as a colonel in the Virginia militia, developing a leadership style influenced by British military traditions. During the French and Indian War, Washington played a key role in several major engagements, including Fort Necessity and the Battle of Monongahela, serving alongside British troops, although he demonstrated bravery and survived numerous close encounters with death. He was never formally commissioned into the British Army. Years later, by the time of the Second Continental Congress, Washington was representing Virginia. When the need arose to appoint a commander for the Continental Army, Washington emerged as a logical choice. While his battlefield record was not flawless, his experience was undeniable, and his Virginian background helped secure support from Southern delegates, balancing a conflict that had largely been centered in the northern colonies. In June 1775, following unanimous approval, Washington traveled north to Boston, where he began organizing the new army. From the outset, the Continental Army faced serious challenges. Supply shortages were constant, with inadequate food and unreliable logistics forcing troops to forage, often leading to strained relations with nearby civilians. Internal conflicts also plagued the army, as it was composed of soldiers from diverse colonies, each with different customs and attitudes. In one early incident, Washington personally intervened to break up a snowball fight between Massachusetts and Virginia troops that had escalated into a full-scale brawl. Bringing unity to such a fragmented force proved to be a challenge in itself. During the winter of 1775 to 1776, the Continental Army pursued a two-pronged strategy. To the north, an invasion of Quebec was launched under Generals Benedict Arnold and Richard Montgomery, with hopes of persuading Canada to join the rebellion as a 14th colony. The campaign, however, ended in failure, although some initial gains were made in New York. The overall effort collapsed. Montgomery was killed, and many soldiers were either captured or succumbed to disease, particularly smallpox. Meanwhile, Washington remained near Boston, maintaining the siege against British forces trapped within the city, lacking sufficient artillery to force surrender. He relied on the harsh winter to weaken the enemy. To address this shortfall, Colonel Henry Knox was sent to retrieve cannons from Fort Ticonderoga. In March 1776, Knox successfully transported the artillery across difficult terrain, including the Berkshire Mountains, during winter conditions. With these cannons positioned on Dorchester Heights, overlooking Boston, British forces chose to evacuate rather than risk destruction. On March 17, 1776, the Continental Army reclaimed the city, to widespread celebration among its inhabitants. As spring arrived in 1776, the conflict spread beyond New England into other colonies. Battles erupted in the Carolinas, where British attempts to capture Charleston were successfully repelled at Sullivan's Island. In New York, American forces worked to hold strategic positions along Lake Champlain, following the failed Canadian campaign. Washington's army then moved south to defend New York City, despite concerns about its vulnerability due to the absence of a strong navy. Meanwhile, in Philadelphia, the de facto capital, the Continental Congress underwent a transformation. No longer focused solely on seeking reconciliation, it now functioned as a governing body, managing an ongoing war effort. The Olive Branch Petition of July 1775 had been the final attempt at peace, but it was rejected, with Congress labeled as traitors and the rebellion deemed illegal. Following events in Boston, it became clear to influential figures such as John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, and Thomas Jefferson that reconciliation was no longer possible. Independence had become a necessity rather than an option. It was also recognized that victory would likely require support from a foreign ally, most likely France, which would only intervene on behalf of an independent nation rather than rebellious colonies. By the summer of 1776, most colonial assemblies had come to support full separation from Britain. On June 11th, Congress formed a committee to draft a formal declaration justifying independence. The document, largely written by Thomas Jefferson, outlined the reasons for separation and asserted the fundamental rights of the colonies to self-governance. After revisions, including the removal of a passage condemning the slave trade, the Declaration of Independence was approved on July 2nd and officially adopted on July 4th, 1776. Its most famous words proclaimed that all men are created equal and possess inherent rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. With this declaration, the conflict was transformed from a rebellion into a full-scale revolution. From that point forward, the former colonies began functioning as independent states, united under a central Congress while maintaining their own autonomy in New York City. The Declaration was read aloud to Washington's troops, and with it, a surge of morale swept through the ranks. For the first time, the soldiers of the Continental Army felt united by a clear purpose: independence. That sense of optimism, however, was soon challenged when British forces retaliated in August 1776, launching a series of crushing offensives around New York City. Just as Washington had anticipated, his largely inexperienced army proved no match for the disciplined and professional British troops. Without naval support, defending Manhattan Island became an impossible task. Following 5 successive defeats, Washington was compelled to relinquish control of New York City. A long and grueling retreat followed, stretching through New Jersey and eventually across the Delaware River into Pennsylvania by late November 1776. Meanwhile, British commander Lord William Howe pursued Washington's forces into New Jersey, establishing a chain of garrisons extending from New York down to Mount Holly. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Washington understood that swift action was essential if the revolution were to survive. He devised a daring strategy. On December 25, 1776, his army would cross the Delaware River and strike a vulnerable British outpost in Trenton, held by German mercenaries known as Hessians. Through a fierce winter storm, Washington led his exhausted troops across the river on Christmas night and advanced toward Trenton. The Hessian forces, caught completely off guard, were unprepared for an attack during harsh winter conditions. Washington secured a decisive victory in the streets of Trenton, marking his first major success as commander of the Continental Army. Just 9 days later, following a skillful maneuver on January 2nd, the Continental Army achieved yet another victory at Princeton on January 3rd. These back-to-back triumphs reinvigorated the revolutionary cause during one of its darkest periods. By 1777, British leaders sought to regain control and launched 2 major campaigns. Under General Sir William Howe, British forces captured Philadelphia, the American capital, after defeating Washington at the battles of Brandywine and Germantown in the fall of that year. Although losing the capital dealt a blow to morale, the Continental Army remained intact. Contrary to British expectations, Washington withdrew his forces to Valley Forge, where they endured a harsh winter just miles from Philadelphia. At the same time, in northern New York, British General John Burgoyne advanced southward from Canada, capturing Fort Ticonderoga with the goal of isolating New England from the rest of the colonies. Instead, his forces encountered strong resistance from American generals Benedict Arnold and Horatio Gates near Saratoga. Through effective leadership and strategic planning, the American forces defeated Burgoyne's army, forcing its surrender in October 1777. Nearly 7,000 British troops were taken prisoner, marking the largest surrender of British forces up to that point. The victory at Saratoga, combined with earlier successes at Trenton and Princeton, convinced France that the American cause had a real chance of success. Seeking revenge after years of defeat by Britain, France entered into a formal alliance with the United States and declared war on Great Britain, effectively legitimizing American independence. With France now involved, Britain once again found itself entangled in a global war. During the winter of 1777 to 1778, Washington focused on transforming his army into a disciplined fighting force. Comparable to European armies, he received valuable assistance from foreign officers, including the Marquis de Lafayette of France and Baron von Steuben of Prussia. Von Steuben, in particular, played a crucial role in instilling discipline and professionalism among the troops. By 1778, news of the French alliance prompted the British to abandon Philadelphia and retreat toward New York. Their new commander, Sir Henry Clinton, wary of French involvement, chose to consolidate forces rather than risk being trapped. Seizing the opportunity, Washington pursued the retreating British through New Jersey. At the Battle of Monmouth on June 28, 1778, his newly trained army engaged Clinton's forces, resulting in a hard-fought stalemate. Despite the lack of a decisive victory, the Continental Army demonstrated its ability to stand against British regulars in open battle. Afterward, British forces withdrew to New York and avoided further major engagements in New Jersey. As the war dragged on into 1779, Britain began to feel the strain of global conflict. Realizing that victory in the northern colonies was unlikely, British strategy shifted toward the southern regions. Where greater loyalist support was expected, British forces achieved early successes, capturing Savannah and Charleston and defeating American General Horatio Gates at Camden in South Carolina. Following this setback, Gates was replaced by General Nathanael Greene, one of Washington's most trusted commanders. Greene quickly recognized that loyalist support in the South was weaker than the British had anticipated. Adopting a strategy of mobility and attrition, he relied on militia and partisan fighters to disrupt British supply lines. During 1780 and 1781, American forces lured British troops inland, away from their coastal bases. This strategy led to significant victories at Kings Mountain and Cowpens. As British forces pushed deeper into the interior, conflict in the Carolinas intensified into a brutal civil war between patriots and loyalists. Greene eventually regained control of much of the region, forcing British troops back toward the coast. By the summer of 1781, both American and British forces were exhausted from continuous fighting. British General Charles Cornwallis, unable to sustain his campaign in the South, moved his army north to Yorktown, Virginia. In response, combined American and French forces marched south to intercept him. At Yorktown, Cornwallis found himself surrounded, cut off from escape with the sea at his back and no hope of reinforcement. After enduring a month-long siege, Cornwallis was forced to surrender. This decisive defeat marked the final major military engagement of the American Revolution. Peace negotiations began shortly afterward and continued for nearly 2 years. Ultimately, the Treaty of Paris formally recognized the United States as an independent and sovereign nation, free from British rule. Even as the war continued, the Continental Congress faced the challenge of governing a newly independent nation. On November 15, 1777, the Articles of Confederation were adopted, establishing a loose alliance among the states with a weak central government. While this system functioned during the war by allowing Congress to coordinate military efforts and foreign relations, it proved inadequate in peacetime. Individual states retained control over their own economies, laws, and trade, leading to inconsistencies and conflict. Without strong central authority, disputes over borders, taxation, and commerce became increasingly difficult to resolve. Within less than a decade of independence, the United States faced serious political and economic instability. This weakness became evident in 1786, when widespread economic hardship led to uprisings such as Shays' Rebellion in Massachusetts, led by war veteran Daniel Shays. Approximately 1,200 former soldiers protested unpaid wages and debts by seizing the state's Supreme Court in Springfield, halting foreclosures. Although the rebels attempted to capture a federal arsenal, They were ultimately unsuccessful. The uprising was eventually suppressed by the Massachusetts militia, restoring order but highlighting the fragility of the government. It became clear that the Articles of Confederation were insufficient for addressing both domestic and international challenges. Even provisions of the Treaty of Paris, such as honoring debts owed to British creditors and resolving property disputes involving loyalists, proved difficult to enforce under the weak system. Because responsibility for enforcing the treaty's provisions fell upon individual states, uneven application emerged across the nation, with some states upholding the terms more faithfully than others. As a consequence, British troops continued occupying forts and territories that, by treaty, were supposed to belong to the United States, since the agreed-upon conditions had not been fully honored. Lacking the authority to compel compliance or resolve disputes among the states, the federal government found itself powerless to act. Faced with these limitations, several states called for a convention to revise the Articles of Confederation. Thus, in May 1787, delegates gathered in Philadelphia for what became known as the Constitutional Convention, where discussions began regarding the inadequacies of the Articles and the changes required to fix them. It quickly became evident that the existing system was ineffective, raising the question of what type of government should replace it. In response, a completely new framework was proposed and intensely debated, true to what would later define American political practice. Compromises were negotiated to strike a balance acceptable to the states, ensuring ratification of the new system. The resulting Constitution established a government built on checks and balances, dividing federal authority among three separate branches. The legislative branch, known as Congress, was structured into two chambers: the House of Representatives, whose members reflected each state's population, and the Senate, composed of 2 representatives per state. This branch was granted the authority to create laws, levy taxes, declare war, override presidential vetoes, establish federal courts, excluding the Supreme Court, and determine the number of justices on the Supreme Court. Additionally, the Senate held exclusive powers to confirm presidential appointments, ratify treaties, and remove officials through impeachment proceedings. Meanwhile, the House of Representatives was given the authority to initiate impeachment against federal officials, including the president. The executive branch was to be led by a president, chosen through an electoral college system, and entrusted with enforcing laws, vetoing legislation, appointing officials, granting pardons, and overseeing foreign policy. As commander-in-chief, the president would also direct the nation's military forces under congressional authority. The judicial branch, the third component, would consist of a Supreme Court, whose justices were appointed by the president and confirmed by Congress. This court would interpret federal laws and serve as the ultimate authority on legal matters. Later, through the landmark case Marbury v. Madison in 1803, the Supreme Court established the principle of judicial review, granting it the power to declare laws unconstitutional. Although this authority was not explicitly outlined in the original Constitution, it became a fundamental aspect of the court's role. For the first time in history, a constitution explicitly recognized the people as central to the legitimacy and creation of government, a system built by and for its citizens. Drafted in September 1787, the Constitution was presented to the Confederation Congress. Rather than offering amendments to the Articles, it introduced an entirely new structure of governance. Debate erupted immediately, as ratification required approval not by unanimity, as under the Articles, but by a 2/3 majority of the states. In October 1787, the first of 85 essays advocating for the Constitution, later known as the Federalist Papers, began circulating widely. Though they were published anonymously at the time, today, those writings are attributed to Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay. As discussions intensified, 2 opposing factions quickly emerged. The Federalists supported the new Constitution and favored a strong central government, while the anti-federalists opposed it, fearing it granted too much power at the expense of state authority. Despite these disagreements, state after state eventually ratified the Constitution, recognizing the urgent need for reform. Most states concluded that the new system offered the best path forward. Between 1787 and 1788, the Constitution was officially approved, and on June 21, 1788, New Hampshire became the 9th state to ratify it, making it the law of the land. In early 1789, George Washington, celebrated hero of the Revolution, was elected as the first president of the United States. John Adams, receiving the second highest number of votes, assumed the role of vice president. Although Washington did not formally align himself with either political faction, he generally supported Federalist policies to strengthen the young nation. He assembled a cabinet composed of leading thinkers from both sides, including Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton, Henry Knox, and Edmund Randolph. During his presidency, Washington focused primarily on addressing domestic challenges. He encouraged Congress to impose tariffs on imports to generate revenue and collaborated with Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton to implement financial reforms, including the creation of a national bank and the establishment of a national debt. He also selected the site for the nation's permanent capital, which would later be named Washington, District of Columbia, in his honor. When crisis arose, Washington did not hesitate to exercise his authority as commander-in-chief. In 1790, following the Whiskey Act, which taxed domestically produced spirits, unrest erupted among farmers in western Pennsylvania. These farmers resisted tax collection, clashing with federal authorities and sparking what became known as the Whiskey Rebellion. Washington responded by mobilizing militia forces from Pennsylvania and Virginia and personally leading them to suppress the uprising. Through this show of strength, the rebellion was ultimately resolved without prolonged conflict. On the international stage, however, Washington faced mounting challenges. In France, political upheaval led to the collapse of royal authority and the outbreak of a violent revolution. Meanwhile, American trade was threatened by Barbary pirates in the Mediterranean, and British impressment of American sailors further strained relations. Seeking a diplomatic solution, Washington sent John Jay to negotiate with Britain. Jay returned with a treaty that improved relations, though it proved controversial domestically, angering pro-French supporters. Re-elected in 1792, Washington continued to navigate tensions with revolutionary France, especially after the execution of King Louis XVI and the escalation of European conflicts. Determined to avoid entanglement, he pursued a policy of neutrality. Despite opposition from figures like Thomas Jefferson, during his second term, a yellow fever outbreak in Philadelphia forced the temporary relocation of the government to Trenton, New Jersey. At the same time, political divisions deepened as the Federalists and Democratic Republicans grew increasingly opposed to one another. Concerned about the rise of political parties, Washington warned that such divisions could threaten national unity. Nevertheless, his presidency established key precedents for governance and leadership. In a defining decision, Washington chose to step down after 2 terms, declining to seek a 3rd term and rejecting any notion of lifetime leadership. This act reinforced the principle of peaceful transition of power. In 1797, John Adams narrowly won the presidency and succeeded Washington. His administration faced even greater challenges in foreign affairs, particularly as France descended into the Reign of Terror, maintaining Washington's policy of neutrality. Adams distanced the United States further from France, prompting an undeclared naval conflict known as the Quasi-War. This confrontation was fought primarily at sea between French forces and the young American Navy. Domestically, Adams faced growing opposition, especially after enacting the Alien and Sedition Acts, which allowed the government to suppress dissent. These measures proved deeply unpopular and intensified political divisions. Despite criticism from both allies and opponents, Adams sought to resolve tensions with France through diplomacy, ultimately securing peace before the end of his presidency. In his final year in office, he and his wife Abigail became the first occupants of the White House in Washington, D.C. Within the unfinished structure, daily life unfolded as both living and working took place while construction continued around them. Hoping that his diplomatic success in securing peace with France might restore public support, Adams once again sought the presidency. Yet his campaign faltered early in the electoral process as Thomas Jefferson emerged victorious. With Jefferson's rise to power, a new political era began, marking roughly a quarter-century of Democratic-Republican dominance in the executive branch. Swift action was taken by his administration to reverse policies they believed had caused harm under Washington. And Adams, determined to address national finances, Jefferson focused on reducing the growing debt, cutting government spending to the lowest possible levels. Military forces were scaled back as both the Army and Navy were reduced, and the unpopular whiskey tax in issue during Washington's presidency was eliminated. Like those before him, Jefferson faced ongoing threats from piracy in the Mediterranean. Rather than tolerate it, he dispatched American naval forces, which successfully defeated the Barbary pirates and compelled their surrender. In contrast to earlier administrations, Jefferson pursued cooperation with France, now under the leadership of Napoleon Bonaparte, seeking financial gain and willing to relinquish outdated colonial possessions. Napoleon agreed to sell the vast Louisiana territory to the United States in 1803, dramatically expanding the nation's frontier. The following year, Jefferson authorized an ambitious expedition into this newly acquired land, led by Captain Meriwether Lewis and Lieutenant William Clark. The Corps of Discovery set out to explore the Missouri River and cross the Continental Divide. Their mission was to chart the territory, identify a viable route to the Pacific, and establish an American presence in the West before European powers could stake their claims. With the assistance of Sacagawea, a Shoshone woman who served as interpreter. The expedition encountered more than 70 native tribes, produced 140 maps, and recorded over 200 previously unknown plant and animal species. However, Jefferson's second term was overshadowed by the ongoing Napoleonic Wars in Europe. Both British and French naval forces began interfering with American shipping, violating the nation's neutrality. In response, Jefferson implemented an embargo on American trade, aiming to pressure both nations economically. The policy, however, proved deeply unpopular and largely ineffective, undermining his efforts to stabilize the nation's finances before leaving office. Inspirational music. Despite the backlash faced by the Democratic Republicans, Jefferson's protégé, James Madison, secured the presidency as the nation's fourth leader. Having played a key role in drafting the Constitution, Madison inherited a nation burdened by strained relations with both Britain and France, along with rising domestic tensions. For the first 2 years of his presidency, Madison maintained Jefferson's embargo policy, though economic realities soon forced a shift. Recognizing the necessity of trade, he reopened commerce with both nations, urging them to respect American neutrality. Nevertheless, British interference quickly resumed, with ships seized and sailors forcibly impressed into service. In response, a group of younger congressmen, most notably Henry Clay and John C. Calhoun, pressed Madison to adopt a more aggressive stance, known as the War Hawks. This faction demanded decisive action against Britain and France. Meanwhile, tensions on the western frontier escalated, fueled by suspicions that British agents were supporting native resistance and maintaining control over forts claimed by the United States. When British naval forces attacked American sailors near the nation's coast, Madison yielded to mounting pressure. On June 1, 1812, he formally requested that Congress declare war, although public sentiment favored conflict. The United States military was unprepared, 3 attempts to invade Canada ended in failure, with American forces defeated and 2 armies forced to surrender. Still, there were moments of success. One campaign resulted in the burning of York, the provincial capital of Canada. Naval engagements proved far more promising. In one notable encounter, the USS Constitution battled HMS Guerriere, achieving victory in less than an hour. British forces were astonished as their cannon fire failed to penetrate the Constitution's thick hull, earning it a fearsome reputation. Throughout the war, the USS Constitution continued to inflict significant damage on British naval forces. Meanwhile, many native tribes united under the leadership of Shawnee Chief Tecumseh and his brother Tenskwatawa. Known as the Prophet, this confederation allied with Britain in a final attempt to halt American expansion westward. For a time, they successfully resisted American advances in Canada, however. Tecumseh was killed at the Battle of the Thames in 1813, leading to the collapse of the alliance and its withdrawal from the war. With this shift, British forces moved to the offensive, targeting American positions along the Chesapeake Bay. Their objective was to capture Washington, D.C., the nation's capital. In August 1814, British troops advanced from the Patuxent River and marched toward the capital after landing south of the city. Following a failed American defense at Bladensburg, Washington was left vulnerable. As British forces approached, President Madison evacuated the city, observing its fate from a distance. Meanwhile, First Lady Dolly Madison acted swiftly to preserve important artifacts, including the famed portrait of George Washington, which she ordered removed and secured. Her foresight proved justified. Upon occupying Washington, British troops set fire to key government buildings, including the Capitol, the Treasury, the War Department, and the White House. Amid the destruction, a sudden storm swept through the city, extinguishing fires and even hurling cannons through the air, causing casualties among both British soldiers and civilians. Although the British succeeded in capturing and burning the capital, they were unable to maintain control and soon withdrew due to damage to their fleet and lack of reinforcements. Madison returned to the devastated city and continued directing the war effort. Shortly thereafter, British attempts to seize Baltimore were repelled during the defense of Fort McHenry, where American forces withstood a prolonged bombardment. At dawn following the battle, the fort raised a massive American flag, later known as the Star-Spangled Banner, signaling its survival. The British fleet withdrew, abandoning the attack and redirecting efforts toward New Orleans. The bombardment of Fort McHenry and the sight of the massive American flag flying at dawn on September 14, 1814, inspired lawyer Francis Scott Key to compose a poem titled The Defense of Fort McHenry, set to the melody of a well-known British drinking tune. Those words would later evolve into the United States national anthem. The Star-Spangled Banner, meanwhile, one final British push was launched, aiming to strike deep into American territory near New Orleans, Louisiana, seeking control over the Mississippi River. British forces landed south of the city and began advancing inland. The defense of New Orleans was organized under the command of Andrew Jackson, whose improvised army consisted of an unlikely mixed militia, pirates, free black soldiers, and regular troops. In January 1815, unaware that a peace treaty had already been negotiated in December 1814, British troops marched forward and engaged in what would become the war's final battle. Jackson's ragtag forces repelled multiple assaults, securing a remarkable if belated victory for the United States. Although the War of 1812 is often overlooked today, its long-term consequences were profound for both the United States and North America as a whole. More significant than territorial gains was the devastating outcome for Native Americans, whose hopes of establishing sovereignty over their lands were effectively extinguished during treaty negotiations. Britain had advocated for the creation of a native-controlled state in the Great Lakes region, but the proposal was firmly rejected by the United States. With that, barriers to westward expansion collapsed, leaving native tribes vulnerable to displacement as American expansion surged forward. On the global stage, many European powers had predicted the failure of the United States, believing the young nation would collapse under internal divisions. Instead, it demonstrated resilience by confronting the world's most powerful empire and fighting it to a standstill. Though the Treaty of Ghent resulted in minimal territorial change, the message was unmistakable. The United States had secured its place and intended to endure provided it could maintain internal unity. As the 19th century unfolded, a growing belief took hold among Americans that their nation was destined to span the entire continent, stretching from one ocean to the other. This idea, often referred to as continentalism, fueled ambitions of expansion across North America. While the Treaty of Ghent had done little to expand U.S. territory, earlier acquisitions, such as the Louisiana Purchase, had already extended American lands westward to the Rocky Mountains. Subsequent treaties with Spain and Great Britain during the 1820s further clarified and expanded these boundaries, intensifying the desire for westward growth. At the same time, President James Monroe issued a bold warning in 1823, declaring that European powers should no longer interfere in the Western Hemisphere. The United States, he asserted, would take an active role in protecting its sphere of influence. This message resonated deeply, shaping a powerful belief among Americans that the continent rightfully belonged to them and not to European empires. Out of this mindset emerged the concept of manifest destiny, a term that gained popularity in the 1840s amid disputes over the Oregon Territory, but ultimately came to define the entire era of westward expansion. Driven by this ideology, Americans believed it was their unquestionable destiny to settle and transform the continent, spreading their values, economy, and way of life west of the Mississippi River. The goal was to reshape the frontier into an extension of the agrarian East, infused with religious and cultural ideals. Standing in their path, however, were Native American tribes, both in the East and the West, who resisted further loss of their lands. Additionally, remaining European influences in North America, including British and Spanish holdings, along with the newly independent nation of Mexico, posed obstacles to unchecked expansion. Initially, President Jefferson had hoped to build lasting diplomatic relationships with Western tribes and integrate them into American society. But over time, policies shifted away from assimilation toward forced removal, particularly after the War of 1812. As early as 1824, under President Monroe, plans were proposed to establish designated native territories west of the Mississippi, requiring tribes like the Cherokee to leave their ancestral lands in the East. These plans were later realized under President Andrew Jackson, who in 1830 secured the passage of the Indian Removal Act. This legislation forced 5 major tribes, the Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Creek, and Seminole, to relocate westward. More than 60,000 people were displaced in what became one of the most tragic forced migrations in American history. Though resistance did occur, the tribes were ultimately compelled to leave. The journey west, later known as the Trail of Tears, proved devastating, resulting in the deaths of approximately 15,000 Native Americans. Meanwhile, settlers continued pushing westward in search of farmland, mineral wealth, and opportunity, often encountering harsh and dangerous conditions. They faced disease, starvation, severe winters, and occasional conflict with Native Americans along the way. Beginning in 1847, tens of thousands of members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints migrated to the Salt Lake Valley in what became known as the Mormon Exodus. At the same time, hundreds of thousands traveled the Oregon Trail, a 2,000-mile journey from Missouri to Oregon, drawn by promises of prosperity. However, the journey was perilous. In the winter of 1846 to 1847, the Donner Party became trapped in the Sierra Nevada mountains, where extreme conditions forced survivors to resort to cannibalism. Due to such dangers, some migrants chose an alternative route, enduring a 6-month sea voyage around Cape Horn at the southern tip of South America. In 1848, the discovery of gold in California's Sierra Nevada foothills sparked a massive influx of fortune seekers. This event, known as the Gold Rush, drew people from across the globe. Within a year, San Francisco's population exploded from just over 800 residents to 20,000 as thousands of 49ers arrived seeking wealth. The sudden demand for goods and services drove prices to extraordinary levels, often making it more profitable to supply miners than to mine gold itself, with far more men than women in these boom towns. Domestic labor such as cooking and laundry became highly valued and lucrative. Despite the hardships, gold production soared, averaging 76 tons annually, with an estimated $550 million worth extracted by the end of the 1850s, equivalent to roughly $187 billion today. As settlement expanded, the need for reliable communication grew. The Pony Express, established in 1860, became the most famous mail service, using relays of horseback riders to deliver messages between Missouri and California in just 10 days. Though it operated for only 18 months before being replaced by the transcontinental telegraph in 1861, it played a crucial role in connecting distant regions of the United States. However, westward expansion also brought renewed conflict with Native American tribes, leading to ongoing violence. To maintain control, U.S. military forces established a near-permanent presence across forts in the Midwest and along the Pacific coast. Meanwhile, the Texas region, once under Spanish control, became part of Mexico following its independence in 1821. Sparsely populated and distant from Mexico's central government, Texas offered vast land opportunities. To encourage settlement and reduce native raids, the Mexican government offered incentives such as cheap land and financial benefits to attract new residents. A large portion of those who settled in Texas migrated from the American South, bringing with them not only their traditions, but also their social systems, including slavery. In 1829, the Mexican government formally abolished slavery. When Anglo settlers reacted with near rebellion, the Mexican president responded by prohibiting any further immigration from the United States into Texas. Despite these restrictions, Anglo settlers in Texas disregarded the laws and continued arriving in large numbers, eventually surpassing the Mexican-born population by 1834. After Antonio López de Santa Anna successfully overthrew the Mexican government, Texans initially welcomed his leadership as he reversed several unpopular policies introduced by earlier administrations. However, Santa Anna soon consolidated power, dissolving regional governments and establishing a centralized dictatorship. In response, Texans, both Anglo and Tejano, rose in rebellion in 1835, seeking independence from Mexico. One of the most iconic moments of this revolution unfolded in late February 1836 with the siege of the Alamo Mission. Fewer than 300 Texan defenders fortified the mission, transforming it into a makeshift stronghold. Among those inside were Colonel William Travis, James Bowie, and the famed frontiersman Davy Crockett. For 13 days, Santa Anna's forces surrounded the Alamo before launching a final assault on March 6, 1836. The battle ended in a brutal defeat for the defenders, as Santa Anna ordered that no prisoners be taken. Even the few survivors were executed, leaving no mercy shown. Despite the loss, the Alamo became a powerful symbol, galvanizing Texan resistance and inspiring continued efforts for independence. Just over a month later, in April 1836, Texan forces secured a decisive victory at the Battle of San Jacinto, effectively ending the revolution. Lasting less than a year, the Texas Revolution resulted in the creation of the independent Republic of Texas. Given that most of its population had ties to the United States, efforts to join the Union began almost immediately, although debates over slavery delayed the process. Texas was annexed by the United States within a decade. This annexation, however, reignited tensions with Mexico and ultimately led to war in 1846. Because Texas's borders remained disputed, Mexico viewed the annexation as an unlawful seizure of its territory. President James K. Polk attempted to resolve the issue diplomatically, offering payment for the contested land as well as for California, New Mexico, and Arizona. When negotiations failed, Polk sent American troops into the disputed region, prompting an attack by Mexican forces. Using this incident as justification, Polk persuaded Congress to declare war. The two nations were unevenly matched, while Mexican forces relied largely on outdated flintlock weapons. American troops were equipped with more advanced arms. Additionally, Mexico's military suffered from disorganization, poor supply lines, and internal political instability. As a result, American forces rapidly advanced, capturing large portions of Mexican territory. Eventually, Mexico was forced to surrender, ceding vast lands including California and New Mexico, and recognizing Texas as part of the United States. Fought between April 1846 and February 1848. The Mexican-American War clearly demonstrated America's determination to dominate the North American continent. However, not everyone supported this expansionist vision. Opposition to Manifest Destiny grew, particularly within the Whig Party, where figures such as a young Abraham Lincoln voiced concern over its implications. By 1844, disputes with Britain over Oregon and tensions with Mexico over Texas intensified political divisions. As Western territories became more populated and moved toward statehood, a critical issue emerged: whether these new states would permit slavery. The balance of power in Congress between slave and free states was increasingly at risk. Since the arrival of the first enslaved Africans in Virginia in 1619, slavery had become deeply embedded in American society and the economy, especially in the southern states. Although the international slave trade was outlawed in 1808, domestic slavery persisted, ensuring that generations of African Americans remained in bondage. While several slave uprisings occurred in the early 19th century, including Nat Turner's rebellion in 1831, none succeeded. In response, some enslaved individuals sought freedom by escaping northward, aiming for abolitionist states or Canada. Their journeys followed secret networks of routes and safe houses, collectively known as the Underground Railroad. Despite the dangers, many found assistance from abolitionists, free black individuals, and others committed to ending slavery. Among the most notable figures was Harriet Tubman, who escaped slavery in 1849 and later helped more than 70 others achieve freedom. As the divide over slavery deepened, tensions within the federal government escalated as well. By 1854, these divisions erupted into violence when Congressman Preston Brooks of South Carolina assaulted Senator Charles Sumner of Massachusetts on the Senate floor. Across the nation, supporters of slavery mailed Preston Brooks replacement canes as tokens of praise for his actions. To abolitionists, the violent assault symbolized the overwhelming influence the South appeared to wield over national affairs. It raised a troubling question: could Southern interests act without restraint while expecting only concessions in return? In the wake of the incident, the deep division within the country was laid bare. Years of negotiations and uneasy compromises had brought the nation to a fragile equilibrium. Earlier, in 1820, the Missouri Compromise had attempted to maintain balance by admitting Missouri as a slave state and Maine as a free state, while prohibiting slavery north of Missouri's southern boundary within the Louisiana Purchase. For a time, this arrangement preserved stability. Later, Texas entered the Union in 1844 as a slave state, followed by Oregon in 1846 as a free state. Maintaining the delicate parity, however, the acquisition of over 1 million square miles from Mexico after the Mexican-American War in 1848 reignited fierce debate over the expansion of slavery into these new territories. As a result of that conflict, the United States gained vast lands including present-day California, Texas, Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, and Utah. To address the growing tension, a series of agreements established California as a free state and abolished the slave trade, but not slavery itself in Washington, D.C. At the same time, a stricter Fugitive Slave Act was enacted, granting slaveholders the right to reclaim escaped enslaved individuals, even in free states. Other territories were left to decide the issue for themselves through local governance. By 1854, the proposed creation of Kansas and Nebraska reignited controversy. Southern leaders opposed their admission as free states under the Missouri Compromise, prompting a new solution based on popular sovereignty, allowing settlers to determine whether slavery would be permitted. This policy turned Kansas into a battleground as pro- and anti-slavery factions flooded the territory, often casting illegal votes to sway the outcome. Violence quickly escalated into a bloody conflict known as Bleeding Kansas, claiming hundreds of lives. Among those involved was John Brown, a radical abolitionist preacher whose extreme actions intensified the violence. In one brutal incident, Brown and his followers killed 5 pro-slavery settlers using broadswords, determined to spark a wider rebellion. Brown later planned an attack on the federal arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia. His goal was to arm enslaved people and incite a widespread uprising against slavery. The raid, launched in October 1859, was swiftly suppressed by U.S. forces led by Colonel Robert E. Lee. After refusing to surrender, Brown was captured, tried for treason, and executed, becoming a martyr for the abolitionist cause. The Harper's Ferry raid marked a turning point, reinforcing the sense that a larger national conflict was unavoidable. Tensions reached a breaking point with the presidential election of 1860. Republican candidate Abraham Lincoln campaigned on policies supporting economic development, including higher tariffs, infrastructure expansion, and railroad growth. Although he opposed slavery, Lincoln initially sought to preserve the Union and avoid division. Despite this, his election triggered immediate alarm in the South. In December 1860, South Carolina became the first state to secede from the Union, quickly followed by others. As secession spread, federal installations including forts and arsenals were seized by Southern forces. One such site was Fort Sumter in South Carolina. Outgoing President James Buchanan hesitated to act, leaving the situation unresolved when Lincoln assumed office. Faced with a critical decision, Lincoln chose not to surrender the fort, but instead attempted to resupply it with provisions, notifying South Carolina that no weapons would be delivered. This move placed the responsibility for initiating conflict on the Confederacy. If they attacked, they would be seen as aggressors. If they did not, Lincoln could maintain federal authority and possibly negotiate peace. However, events took a different course. On April 9th, Confederate President Jefferson Davis ordered General P.G.T. Beauregard to seize the fort before supplies could arrive at last. On April 12, 1861, hostilities began as Confederate forces opened fire on Fort Sumter. The bombardment lasted 34 hours, with over 4,000 shells fired at the fort. Despite the intensity of the attack, no Union soldiers were killed during the engagement. On April 13th, the garrison surrendered under agreed terms, departing the fort while carrying their flag. Although the Union lost the fort, Lincoln viewed the outcome as a symbolic victory. Public opinion in the North rallied strongly behind him and the Union cause. States that had been uncertain about secession, such as New Jersey and Delaware, now firmly supported the Union. Seizing this momentum, Lincoln called for 75,000 volunteers to restore federal authority. The response in the North was overwhelming, with enlistment numbers quickly exceeding expectations. In contrast, the South reacted differently. Rather than unifying support, Lincoln's call for troops prompted additional states Virginia, Tennessee, Arkansas, and North Carolina to secede. To Southern leaders, the move confirmed fears that force would be used to compel their return to the Union. Meanwhile, in the North, secession was viewed as a direct violation of the Constitution, justifying federal intervention. Once again, the debate over the scope of government power intensified, fueling strong opinions on both sides. At the center of this escalating crisis remained the issue that had long divided the nation: slavery. It had become evident to the Confederate leadership that if Lincoln possessed the authority to raise a volunteer army to restore the Union, that same power could ultimately be used to abolish slavery entirely across the United States. From their perspective, unless an early and decisive victory was secured, the Confederacy's chances of long-term success were virtually non-existent. While a drawn-out and expensive conflict might exhaust the North over time, the South lacked both the resources and endurance required to sustain such a prolonged war. At the outbreak of the war, command of Union forces was entrusted to General Winfield Scott, a seasoned veteran of both the War of 1812 and the Mexican-American War. Although his battlefield experience was somewhat dated, Scott proved to be a capable strategist, implementing a comprehensive naval blockade known as the Anaconda Plan, designed to strangle the South by cutting off critical supplies. Despite this effort, supplies continued to flow into the Confederacy through routes such as Texas. Even so, the Union maintained a clear strategic vision moving forward. In the Eastern Theater, the objective was to defeat Confederate armies, seize key coastal cities, and capture Richmond, Virginia, the Confederate capital. Meanwhile, in the Western Theater, Union forces aimed to secure control of major cities and forts along the Mississippi River, effectively isolating Texas from the rest of the Confederacy. For the Confederacy, success depended entirely on battlefield performance. Given their disadvantages in industry, manpower, and naval strength, they could not compete with the North in a war of attrition. Although assistance from European powers might have altered the balance, such support never materialized. Nations like France and Great Britain, having already abolished slavery, were unwilling to fully commit to the Confederate cause. As a result, the South needed rapid and decisive victories, possibly even on Northern soil, to force a political resolution. If the human and financial cost became too great, it was hoped that political pressure within the Union might compel leaders to end the war. In the early stages of the conflict, Confederate successes in the East helped sustain the rebellion, while frequent changes in Union leadership hindered federal efforts. General Robert E. Lee, who had declined command of Union forces in favor of supporting his home state of Virginia, emerged as the Confederacy's most effective military leader. Through his tactical brilliance and ability to adapt quickly, Lee managed to keep the Confederate Army of Northern Virginia in the field, preserving the Southern cause. His responsiveness often outmatched the slower, less coordinated Union command structure. In the Western Theater, however, the Union found its strongest commander in General Ulysses S. Grant. Through a series of successful campaigns, Grant secured control of the Mississippi River effectively, splitting the Confederacy in two and isolating Texas. His most significant achievement came with the capture of Vicksburg in July 1863, marking a turning point in the war. At the same time in the East, Lee launched an invasion of Pennsylvania in hopes of breaking Northern resolve. Instead, his forces were decisively defeated at the Battle of Gettysburg by Union General George Meade. Together, the defeats at Gettysburg and Vicksburg marked the end of the Confederacy's momentum. Earlier, in 1862, following the Battle of Antietam, Lincoln had issued the Emancipation Proclamation, declaring freedom for enslaved people in Confederate territories. This policy also allowed the Union Army to liberate enslaved individuals and recruit them into military service. As the war progressed, Lincoln authorized the formation of black regiments, known as United States Colored Troops. Although the war had initially been fought to preserve the Union, it gradually became a struggle to end slavery as well, recognizing that slavery lay at the heart of the conflict. Lincoln pushed for a permanent solution, supporting efforts to amend the Constitution. He became convinced that slavery must be abolished entirely within the United States eventually. Grant was promoted to command all Union armies and transferred to the Eastern Theater. Meanwhile, General William Tecumseh Sherman took charge in the West, and together they pursued a strategy of total war. Grant repeatedly engaged Lee's forces, forcing continuous battles. Even when Union losses occurred, Grant maintained pressure, refusing to retreat as earlier commanders had done. Meanwhile, Sherman advanced through the South, cutting a destructive path toward Atlanta. Unable to resist his advance, Confederate forces abandoned the city, which was subsequently burned. By Christmas 1864, Sherman had marched to Savannah, presenting the captured city to Lincoln as a symbolic victory. In the spring of 1865, Lee's forces were finally defeated at Appomattox Courthouse, where he surrendered to Grant on April 9th. Soon after, Confederate forces in the Carolinas also surrendered, bringing the war to an end. After 4 years of conflict and approximately 600,000 deaths, the Civil War was finally over, even before the war concluded. Lincoln had secured passage of the 13th Amendment in January 1865, formally abolishing slavery in the United States. He envisioned a post-war period focused on reconciliation and unity rather than punishment. There was widespread hope that Lincoln would guide the nation through this rebuilding process. However, those hopes were soon shattered. On April 15, 1865, President Abraham Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth, a Southern sympathizer, and died the following morning. Booth was later tracked down and killed, while his co-conspirators were captured and executed for treason. The nation mourned deeply, and the responsibility for Reconstruction fell to Vice President Andrew Johnson. In the aftermath of the war, the South was divided into 5 military districts, each overseen by Union troops to restore order and enforce new policies. Over the next several years, Congress passed additional constitutional amendments to protect the rights of formerly enslaved individuals. The 14th Amendment granted citizenship and equal protection under the law, while the 15th Amendment secured voting rights regardless of race. Despite these advances, resentment grew among segments of both northern and southern populations. In the South particularly, white supremacist groups such as the Ku Klux Klan emerged, using violence to oppose Reconstruction and target black Americans. In 1868, Ulysses S. Grant, celebrated Union general, was elected as the 18th President of the United States and took office in 1869. During his presidency, he remained committed to continuing Reconstruction and protecting the civil rights of black citizens, signing legislation aimed at ensuring equality and justice. To ensure these laws and constitutional amendments were upheld, Grant established the Department of Justice and utilized the U.S. military to dismantle the Ku Klux Klan and other white supremacist groups. Even so, his presidency became mired in political conflict, both from within his own party and from external opposition. In the South, newly reconstructed state governments resisted federal mandates, frequently disrupting elections and challenging Reconstruction policies. As his second term drew to a close, Grant found himself increasingly constrained, while the nation drifted back toward compromise and stalemate. Economic priorities and business interests began to overshadow the pressing social issues that Reconstruction had sought to address. With the Civil War concluded and slavery formally abolished, many Americans resumed their westward migration. following the path forged by earlier pioneers. For many, the appeal of leaving behind the turmoil of the East and the lingering memories of war proved irresistible. By the mid-19th century, access to Western territories had significantly improved, particularly with the development of the Transcontinental Railroad, constructed between 1863 and 1869. This massive project linked the eastern and western coasts of the United States. Rail travel had already been expanding since the first steam locomotive appeared in 1830. And by 1850, over 9,000 miles of track had been laid. In 1860, engineers identified a mountain pass through the Sierra Nevada, once the site of the Donner Party's tragedy, as a viable route for the railroad. After President Lincoln signed the Pacific Railroad Act in 1862, construction officially began. As the railroad advanced westward, workers faced resistance and attacks from native tribes, such as the Sioux, Arapaho, and Cheyenne. Wherever tracks were laid, makeshift frontier towns quickly emerged, embodying the rough and often lawless culture of the American West. These settlements became centers for gambling, drinking, prostitution, and frequent violence. When the railroad was finally completed at Promontory Summit in Utah, a ceremonial golden spike was driven into place, marking the historic achievement. With this connection established, travel across the country, once a journey of months, could now be completed in under a week. This transformation accelerated economic growth, allowing resources from the West to be transported efficiently to Eastern markets, while also fueling further expansion. However, as settlers poured into newly accessible lands, conflicts with Native Americans intensified once again. During this era, the exploits of infamous outlaws, both real and exaggerated, captured public imagination and left a lasting cultural legacy. One such figure was Wyatt Earp, former marshal of Dodge City, Kansas, who relocated to Tombstone, Arizona, in 1879 alongside his brothers during a silver boom. There, they encountered a notorious outlaw group known as the Cowboys, led by Ike Clanton. With backgrounds in law enforcement, the Earp brothers, particularly Virgil, who served as town marshal and deputy U.S. Marshal, joined forces with Doc Holliday, a temporary lawman. Tensions between the two groups escalated when Virgil attempted to enforce a local ordinance banning the carrying of firearms within town limits. This effort to disarm the Cowboys ultimately led to a violent confrontation. The resulting gunfight, known as the Shootout at the OK Corral, lasted only about 30 seconds, but became one of the most iconic moments of the Old West. It symbolized the lawlessness of the frontier, where limited law enforcement struggled to maintain order across vast territories. The emergence of the Gilded Age marked a period defined by both immense wealth and widespread inequality. Ironically, it also signaled the end of a major chapter in civil rights reform. In 1877, Reconstruction officially came to an end, concluding one of the most significant eras of social reform in American history. This shift occurred following a political compromise that resolved the disputed presidential election of 1876 between Rutherford B. Hayes and Samuel Tilden. As part of the agreement, Hayes assumed the presidency, and federal troops were withdrawn from the South, effectively ending federal enforcement of civil rights protections. Without this support, African Americans in the South were left vulnerable. The result was the rise of systemic oppression, disenfranchisement, and racial violence conditions that would persist for generations under the system known as Jim Crow. With federal protections abandoned, the promise of equality remained unfulfilled. Economic opportunities for freed individuals were limited, often confined to sharecropping or low-paying domestic work. However, opportunities elsewhere in the country varied widely depending on region and circumstance. During the Gilded Age, the United States attracted millions of immigrants, drawn by affordable land and higher wages compared to other parts of the world. Between 1877 and 1900, approximately 73 million people arrived in the country. Before 1880, most immigrants came from Western Europe and China. But by the late 19th century, increasing numbers arrived from Southern and Eastern Europe. They settled throughout the nation, except in the economically struggling South. Their arrival, however, sparked significant backlash among some Americans, who feared that their cultural identity was under threat. Anti-immigrant sentiment grew, particularly targeting groups such as Catholics, Jews, and Chinese laborers in the western United States. Hostility toward Chinese immigrants became especially severe, with violent mobs attacking communities and forcing residents to flee. In response, Congress enacted laws restricting Chinese immigration, beginning in 1892 and culminating in a permanent exclusion policy in 1902. Following Reconstruction, fear and prejudice toward minority groups intensified, further fueled by the rapid influx of immigrants. Efforts to limit voting rights and political participation among these groups became increasingly common. As immigration surged, many newcomers joined the westward movement, continuing the expansion that had long defined the American experience. Through the Homestead Act and the Railroad Acts of 1862, vast stretches of land, once held by Native Americans, were transferred by the federal government to railroad companies and white settlers. Including many immigrants, citizenship was not required under the Homestead Act, and railroad companies sold their land grants cheaply, sometimes even advertising these opportunities overseas in Europe. At the same time, technological improvements, such as more efficient plow designs, made it possible for a single family to cultivate large tracts of land without needing extensive labor or hired workers. Yet despite these advancements, not all farmers prospered. Frustration grew among struggling agricultural workers, leading to the rise of political movements like populism, which attracted Midwestern wheat farmers and Southern cotton farmers, who resented wealthy elites, monopolistic corporations, and the gold-based financial system. Still, agricultural productivity soared to such an extent that the United States produced more food than it could consume domestically, resulting in large-scale exports. This surplus was made possible largely by the expansion of the railroad network, which opened previously inaccessible lands to profitable farming. Between 1865 and 1898, production skyrocketed. Wheat output increased by 256%, corn by 222%, coal by 800%, and railroad mileage by 567%. The economy became deeply tied to the railroads, which transported goods such as grain, livestock, silver, and timber across the country. Following the completion of the first transcontinental railroad in 1869, the industry expanded rapidly, employing nearly 800,000 workers by 1890. However, despite its growth, railroad work remained dangerous and poorly compensated. Although wages and living standards for skilled workers in the United States were improving compared to those in England, mechanization gradually replaced skilled labor with lower-paid, unskilled workers. At the same time, wealth distribution became increasingly unequal, with the wealthiest 10% controlling more than 3/4 of the nation's wealth. These inequalities, combined with harsh working conditions, sparked a wave of labor unrest, one of the earliest major conflicts. The Great Railroad Strike of 1877 lasted 52 days and ended only after federal troops and the National Guard intervened, following violence that claimed over 100 lives and destroyed railroad property. Another major strike occurred in 1886, involving more than 200,000 workers. On May 4th, during a labor protest in Chicago's Haymarket Square, a bomb was thrown at police attempting to disperse the crowd, triggering chaos that left several officers and civilians dead. In the aftermath, authorities arrested numerous labor activists, ultimately convicting 8 men, many of whom were later viewed as martyrs by supporters. Despite questions surrounding the evidence, For others, however, the event intensified anti-labor sentiment. Despite setbacks, labor movements persisted. In 1894, the Pullman strike disrupted rail traffic across the Midwest as workers protested. Wage cuts imposed by the Pullman Company, without corresponding reductions in rent for company housing. Faced with worsening conditions, workers organized a strike. Supported by the American Railway Union, IRU, under the leadership of Eugene V. Debs, union members nationwide refused to handle Pullman railcars, leading to widespread work stoppages involving over 125,000 workers and possibly as many as 250,000 across multiple states. While the strike severely disrupted transportation, tensions escalated as violence broke out, including the destruction of railway property. In response, President Grover Cleveland deployed federal troops to restore order and enforce a court injunction that restricted union activity. Clashes between workers and federal forces intensified, culminating in riots that destroyed hundreds of rail cars. Eventually, the strike collapsed as rail companies replaced union workers with non-union labor. Resuming operations, the financial toll was immense. Railroads lost millions in revenue, while workers collectively lost over $1 million in wages. Following an investigation, the Pullman Company was forced to relinquish control of its company town, which was later incorporated into Chicago, in an effort to appease workers. The federal government established Labor Day as a national holiday. However, public opinion had shifted against many laborers, particularly immigrants who made up a large portion of the workforce. As industrialization expanded, immigrant labor became essential to the growing urban economy. Yet these jobs were often exploitative and poorly paid. Even as the nation's overall wealth surged, industrial magnates such as John D. Rockefeller, Andrew Carnegie, Cornelius Vanderbilt, and J.P. Morgan amassed enormous fortunes while celebrated. For philanthropy, they were also criticized as robber barons for using aggressive tactics such as monopolies and union suppression to dominate industries. Journalists known as muckrakers exposed corruption and inequality, bringing these issues into public view. In 1906, Upton Sinclair's novel, The Jungle, revealed unsanitary conditions in the meatpacking industry, prompting public outrage and government reform. Similarly, Ida Tarbell's investigative work on Standard Oil led to its breakup as a monopoly. Other reformers, like photographer Jacob Riis, documented urban poverty, highlighting the harsh realities of tenement life in works such as How the Other Half Lives. Despite extreme poverty in many urban areas, technological advancements transformed American cities. Innovations such as electric lighting, subways, skyscrapers, and bridges symbolized rapid industrial progress. Thomas Edison's development of the practical light bulb in 1879 and the introduction of electric power in New York City marked the beginning of a new era. At the same time, unusual events such as the mysterious Kentucky meat shower of 1876 captured public curiosity. Major engineering achievements also defined the era. The Brooklyn Bridge, completed in 1883, stood as the longest suspension bridge in the world and a testament to modern engineering. Its construction came at great cost, with numerous worker fatalities and injuries caused by dangerous conditions, including decompression sickness, despite setbacks including the death of its chief engineer. Construction continued under new leadership, ultimately resulting in a historic accomplishment. The Gilded Age brought both prosperity and instability. While economic growth reached unprecedented levels, financial crises such as the Panic of 1893 caused widespread hardship, bank failures, business bankruptcies, and declining stock prices led to massive unemployment and poverty. For many Americans, survival became a daily struggle as they sought any means of income to support their families. Blame for the economic collapse was largely directed at President Grover Cleveland, whose administration also faced heavy criticism for suppressing the Pullman strike, leading to significant Democratic losses in the 1894 elections. When the presidential race of 1896 arrived, the Democrats, supported by the Populist Party, rallied behind William Jennings Bryan. Yet victory went instead to Republican candidate William McKinley. By the closing years of the Gilded Age, widespread frustration had taken hold. As many Americans grew weary of stark inequality, exploitative industrialists, and persistent poverty, setting the stage for a new wave of reform. Following McKinley's assassination, Theodore Roosevelt assumed the presidency in 1901. As the 19th century came to a close, it appeared that the United States had fulfilled its vision of manifest destiny. Stretching from coast to coast, the nation had endured a devastating civil war and now stood on the threshold of a new century. With continental expansion largely complete, attention turned outward as the United States sought to extend its influence beyond North America into nearby islands and territories. The Hawaiian Kingdom became the first focal point of this new expansion. Situated roughly 2,400 miles from the American mainland, Hawaii had been governed by the Kamehameha dynasty since the late 18th century. In 1846, during John Tyler's presidency, the United States formally recognized Hawaiian independence and initiated trade relations with the islands. American entrepreneurs soon established large sugar plantations, and migration from the United States to Hawaii increased rapidly. However, disputes over the sugar trade frequently strained relations between the two nations. While Hawaiian leaders appealed for relief, their concerns were often ignored by the U.S. government. As American settlers became more dominant on the islands, the presence of U.S. military forces also expanded. In January 1887, the United States secured a lease for Pearl Harbor, strengthening its strategic foothold. Soon after, American-born residents organized against the Hawaiian monarchy. By July 1887, a rebellion forced King Kalakaua to accept the Bayonet Constitution, which drastically reduced his authority while empowering foreign plantation owners. Following his death in 1891, his sister, Queen Liliuokalani, inherited a weakened government and a struggling economy. Determined to restore royal authority, the Queen began efforts to overturn the Bayonet Constitution and reform the government. In opposition, a group known as the Committee of Safety, composed largely of American and European landowners, organized to remove her from power. Tensions escalated quickly as both sides mobilized. The committee declared the monarchy abolished and established a provisional government led by Sanford B. Dole. Responding to requests for support, the U.S. Navy arrived, effectively backing the American-led faction. Queen Liliuokalani was placed under house arrest and chose not to resist, hoping to prevent bloodshed in Washington. President Cleveland condemned the overthrow as an illegal coup lacking official U.S. support. Nevertheless, despite investigations, the Republic of Hawaii was formally recognized in 1894. Though she opposed the coup for the remainder of her life, the Queen maintained that her decision to avoid violence had spared lives. Meanwhile, in Cuba, rebellion against Spanish rule erupted in February 1895. Graphic reports of Spanish repression circulated widely in American newspapers, increasing public sympathy for Cuban independence. The conflict also raised concerns in the United States due to its proximity and economic impact. Although Spain attempted reform by granting limited self-governance, American interest in ending European colonial presence in the Western Hemisphere remained strong. The situation escalated dramatically after the USS Maine exploded in Havana Harbor, killing 268 sailors. Although the cause remained unclear, public outrage surged. Fueled by calls to remember the Maine, Congress responded by recognizing Cuba's independence and authorizing military action. While also promising not to annex the island, Spain rejected the ultimatum, severing diplomatic ties, and war soon Followed, in April 1898, President McKinley ordered a naval blockade of Cuba and called for volunteers. American forces quickly engaged Spanish troops, beginning with a decisive victory in Manila Bay, where the Spanish fleet was destroyed with minimal U.S. losses. Attention then shifted to Cuba, where U.S. forces, including Theodore Roosevelt's Rough Riders, played a key role in capturing strategic positions such as San Juan Hill. Following the destruction of Spain's fleet near Santiago, the city fell, and a ceasefire was declared in August. The war, described by some as brief and decisive, concluded with the Treaty of Paris in December 1898. Spain relinquished control of Cuba and ceded territories including Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines to the United States. However, resistance continued in the Philippines, where conflict with American forces persisted until 1902. Meanwhile, the United States also annexed Hawaii, further expanding its global presence. With these developments, the United States emerged as a major international power, increasingly involved in global affairs. Entering the 20th century, a strong desire for reform spread across the nation. Many Americans grew disillusioned with the close ties between business elites and political leaders, as well as the social consequences of rapid industrialization. Urban problems such as overcrowding, pollution, and labor exploitation demanded attention. With Roosevelt now in office, the progressive movement gained momentum, seeking to reshape American society. At just 43 years old, Roosevelt brought energy and a reform-minded agenda to the presidency. Unlike his predecessors, he aggressively used the Sherman Antitrust Act to break up monopolies, including major railroad trusts. In 1902, he successfully challenged the Northern Securities Company in the Supreme Court, marking a significant victory for antitrust enforcement. When faced with a coal strike that same year, Roosevelt chose mediation over force, contrasting sharply with earlier responses to labor unrest. Winning re-election in 1904, he promoted his Square Deal, emphasizing fairness, conservation, and consumer protection. At the same time, immigration continued at high levels, with over 13 million people arriving between 1900 and 1914. As cities expanded, the problems of poverty and overcrowding worsened. Progressive reformers, largely middle class, viewed these conditions as urgent social issues requiring government intervention. Back in 1889, one of the earliest social reform efforts in North America took shape in Chicago when Jane Addams and Ellen Gates Starr established Hull House. A wide range of community services was offered there, including early childhood programs and educational opportunities for adults, primarily aimed at supporting immigrant populations struggling with poverty. Since progressive reformers each prioritized different concerns, the movement itself evolved into a broad mosaic of initiatives, tackling numerous social problems from various angles, rather than leaving capitalism unchecked. Some activists pushed for stronger governmental authority to curb its harmful effects. With the rise of factory inspectors and public health agencies, businesses were no longer free to operate without oversight, as efforts were made to reduce workplace dangers, prevent contaminated food from reaching consumers, and control the spread of infectious diseases. One particularly shocking event that highlighted the need for regulation occurred in Boston in 1919, when a storage tank holding 23 million gallons of molasses suddenly burst. A massive wave of the thick liquid surged through the streets at speeds reportedly reaching 35 miles per hour and heights up to 25 feet. The disaster claimed 21 lives, injured more than 150 people, and left entire city blocks submerged under several feet of molasses. Owned by the Purity Distilling Company, the tank had been used to store molasses destined for ethanol production, an essential ingredient in both alcoholic beverages and munitions. Although the company initially blamed anarchists for the explosion, a class action lawsuit brought by victims led to a court ruling that held the company responsible. This case became one of Massachusetts' earliest examples of such legal action, resulting in financial compensation for affected families. To address corporate abuses and political corruption, reformers also pursued constitutional change. In 1909, the 16th Amendment was introduced, allowing income taxes to be adjusted based on earnings, while the 17th Amendment, ratified in 1913, mandated the direct election of senators rather than selection by state legislatures. Further reforms aimed to increase public participation in governance, such as the initiative and referendum processes, which empowered citizens to propose and vote on laws independently of elected officials. Government operations were also simplified through measures like the short ballot, designed to improve accountability and transparency. Public utility commissions were established to regulate the cost of essential services like gas, water, and transportation, while zoning laws and urban planning initiatives sought to reduce overcrowding, improve sanitation, and organize land use more effectively. Other reformers turned their attention to issues of morality and public health, working to combat prostitution, limit the spread of sexually transmitted diseases, and promote healthier lifestyles. Organizations such as the Women's Christian Temperance Union, the Anti-Saloon League, and the YMCA advocated for abstinence from alcohol and encouraged moral reform. For many within the movement, alcohol was viewed as a root cause of societal problems, including poverty and domestic abuse. These activists, known as the Dries, helped push states toward prohibition laws, banning the sale and consumption of alcohol, beginning with Georgia and Alabama in 1907. Other states, including Oklahoma, Mississippi, North Carolina, and Tennessee, followed suit. By 1917, prohibition laws had been enacted in 2/3 of the states, affecting roughly 3/4 of the population. The movement reached its peak with the ratification of the 18th Amendment in 1919, which established nationwide prohibition. However, progressive reform was not limited to white middle-class activists. In the segregated South, African American communities pursued their own reform efforts, working to improve education, secure fairer funding, challenge discrimination through legal means, and address environmental concerns. Yet these efforts unfolded during one of the most oppressive periods in American history, often referred to as the nadir of race relations. During this era, many of the gains made during Reconstruction were reversed, as segregation, racial violence, and discriminatory laws became widespread. Lynchings and systemic oppression increased, stripping African Americans of fundamental rights. In response, large numbers of African Americans began migrating northward in what became known as the Great Migration. Cities such as New York, Chicago, Cleveland, and Philadelphia saw significant increases in black populations as people sought better opportunities. However, even in the North, they encountered discrimination, segregation, and hostility. In some regions, so-called sundown towns enforced racial exclusion, warning black residents to leave before nightfall or face violence. Under President Woodrow Wilson, segregation was even expanded within federal institutions. Meanwhile, cultural influences such as the 1915 film Birth of a Nation glorified the Ku Klux Klan, contributing to its resurgence in the 1920s. By 1924, the Klan had grown to millions of members and wielded significant political power across several states. Violence against African Americans remained widespread, culminating in the Red Summer of 1919, when racial riots erupted in dozens of cities. That year alone, at least 43 black men were killed by white mobs. Yet authorities largely failed to prosecute those responsible. Returning black soldiers from World War I, having fought for their country, expressed anger and disillusionment at these injustices. Ironically, some reformers argued that racial tensions were caused by integration itself and advocated for further segregation. Policies like the Grandfather Clause were used between 1895 and 1910 to restrict black voting rights by tying eligibility to pre-1867 voter status. Because the 15th Amendment granting black suffrage was not ratified until 1870, this effectively disenfranchised many African Americans. Although declared unconstitutional in 1915, such practices continued until the Voting Rights Act of 1965 enforced meaningful protections. While black voting rights were being suppressed, momentum was building for women's suffrage. Organizations like the Women's Christian Temperance Union supported voting rights for women alongside other reforms. Opposition to women's suffrage remained strong, rooted in both sexism and fears that women voters would influence policies. On labor laws, alcohol prohibition, and socialism, in 1916, Alice Paul founded the National Women's Party to push for nationwide suffrage. During World War I, as men left for military service, women entered industries previously closed to them, strengthening arguments for equal rights. Finally, on August 18, 1920, the 19th Amendment was ratified, granting women the right to vote. At the same time, the United States sought to assert itself as a leader on the global stage. Exploration of the North Pole, considered one of the last uncharted regions, sparked intense competition among American, British, and Norwegian expeditions. Numerous attempts were launched in pursuit of this goal. Here is your fully rewritten script, transformed according to all your conditions, while preserving the exact meaning and content. It was announced by the New York Times back in 1909 that the North Pole had finally been reached by Robert Peary, an explorer who had previously served as a commander in the U.S. Navy. Almost immediately, however, that declaration was thrown into dispute, because Frederick Cook, another American adventurer, asserted that he himself had already accomplished the same feat the year before. As a result, widespread doubt began to circulate, leaving the public deeply divided over who truly deserved credit for the historic milestone. In response to this uncertainty, newspapers turned to their readers, inviting them to cast votes and decide which of the two men they believed had actually succeeded. By January of 1911, Peary's claim ended up being reviewed by a subcommittee of the House of Representatives, where it was ultimately supported and narrowly upheld. Even though President William Howard Taft later signed a Bill of Recognition into law, it stopped short of officially naming Peary as the discoverer of the North Pole. Instead of granting him that definitive title, the legislation broadly recognized his overall contributions to Arctic exploration. To this day, historians remain uncertain as to whether either Cook or Peary truly reached the pole at all. At the same time, beginning in 1904, responsibility for constructing a canal that would connect the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans was taken over by the United States from France. Spanning close to 50 miles across Panama, this canal had long been imagined by early explorers as a crucial shortcut linking Europe with East Asia. Under President Theodore Roosevelt's direction, enormous efforts were carried out to eliminate mosquito-borne illnesses, carve through rugged mountains, and design an intricate system of locks and dams capable of raising and lowering ships between different water levels. When the canal was officially opened on August 15, 1914, it had become the most expensive undertaking in U.S. history up to that point, with a cost of about $375 million. Yet the financial expense was only part of the story, as the human toll proved to be devastating. Thousands of laborers lost their lives during its construction. Although exact numbers were never accurately documented, records confirm at least 5,600 deaths between 1904 and 1913. But the actual total is believed to have been far greater. In the end, the Panama Canal fundamentally transformed global trade routes and stood as one of the most significant engineering achievements of the 20th century. It would later be recognized as a modern technological wonder and a defining accomplishment of the Progressive Era, when conflict erupted between Austria-Hungary and Serbia in 1914. European nations quickly formed alliances, while neutrality was declared by President Woodrow Wilson, who chose to keep the United States out of what was then called the Great War. This position, however, gradually began to change after 1915, when the British passenger ship Lusitania was sunk by a German submarine, resulting in the deaths of over 1,000 people, including 128 Americans. Public sentiment slowly shifted, with more citizens beginning to favor involvement in the war. Tensions escalated even further in 1917, when British intelligence intercepted a coded message sent by German Foreign Minister Arthur Zimmermann to Mexico, proposing a military alliance if the United States entered the conflict. According to that proposal, Mexico would have the opportunity to reclaim lost territories, which sparked outrage throughout the United States, combined with ongoing submarine attacks targeting civilian ships. Public anger reached a boiling point, prompting Wilson to ask Congress for a formal declaration of war. That request was granted on April 6, 1917, officially bringing the United States into the war. Soon afterward, the Selective Service Act was introduced, marking the first use of conscription since the Civil War. Roughly 28 million men were drafted into service, while an additional 2 million chose to enlist voluntarily. German Americans were required to register with government authorities, and many of them faced detention, interrogation, or even internment for the duration of the conflict. At the outset, the American home front was not fully equipped to handle the demands of total war. To overcome these challenges, the entire economy was reorganized, and new federal agencies were established to manage production and promote wartime messaging. One of these organizations, the Committee on Public Information, was created shortly after war was declared to spread pro-war propaganda. Through the use of films, photographs, speeches, and public campaigns, patriotism was actively encouraged, while hostility toward Germany was intensified. Meanwhile, laws such as the Espionage Act of 1917 and the Sedition Act of 1918 effectively made criticism of the government or the war effort a criminal offense. Even young people were drawn into the effort, as schools and youth groups were expected to promote patriotic values and support for the war. Citizens were encouraged to conserve food, plant victory gardens, and financially support the war through taxes and bond purchases. Women stepped into expanded roles as well, taking jobs in factories, serving as nurses, and assisting military operations both domestically and overseas. Some women even worked as bilingual telephone operators for the Army Signal Corps, helping manage communications on the Western Front. Although military policies initially limited their involvement, women were ultimately employed to allow more men to serve in combat roles. When American forces, led by General John J. Pershing, arrived in France, they were greeted warmly by exhausted Allied troops. By early 1918, reinforcements were arriving at a rate of around 10,000 soldiers per day, greatly strengthening Allied forces, even though outdated tactics initially led to heavy casualties. The arrival of American troops boosted morale and altered the balance of the war. During the Meuse-Argonne offensive, over 12 million U.S. soldiers advanced against German forces in a campaign lasting 47 days. Though more than 26,000 Americans lost their lives, the war officially ended on November 11, 1918. In total, more than 53,000 American soldiers were killed in battle, while over 63,000 additional deaths resulted from disease and accidents. After the war, troops were quickly demobilized and sent home. Although support for returning veterans remained limited, peace negotiations began in Paris in January 1919, where President Wilson introduced his 14 points as a plan for lasting peace. Among these ideas was the proposal to establish the League of Nations, an international organization designed to prevent future conflicts. Although some elements of Wilson's vision were included in the Treaty of Versailles, the United States ultimately chose not to ratify the agreement. Political disagreements within the Senate blocked its approval, leading instead to the signing of a separate peace treaty with Germany in 1921. This outcome reflected ongoing debates over America's role in global affairs. Following World War I, the United States entered a period marked by rapid economic growth and sweeping cultural change. This era, often referred to as the Roaring Twenties, was defined by innovation, prosperity, and evolving social norms. For the first time in history, more Americans were living in cities than in rural areas. Urban life underwent significant transformation, especially for women, who increasingly embraced independence and newfound freedoms. With shorter working hours and higher wages, people found themselves with more leisure time, which they spent on entertainment and consumption. Fueled by the rise of credit and mass production, consumer culture expanded rapidly, making it more socially acceptable to spend money on non-essential items. American soldiers who had been sent to fight on French soil were warmly and enthusiastically welcomed by exhausted Allied forces. In June of 1917, the earliest units of the American Expeditionary Forces reached France, operating under the leadership of General John J. Pershing. By the beginning of 1918, reinforcements from the United States were pouring in at a staggering pace of roughly 10,000 troops each day, greatly strengthening the Allies' capacity to counter the Germans' formidable spring offensive. Although outdated and ineffective tactics already abandoned by other armies were initially relied upon by American commanders, resulting in costly assaults and heavy losses, the arrival of U.S. troops ultimately reinforced the Allies' strategic advantage and lifted their spirits. As part of the Allied 100 Days Offensive in 1918, the Meuse-Argonne Offensive was launched by American forces. Across a span of 47 days, approximately 1.2 million U.S. soldiers pushed German forces back by 40 miles. During this campaign, over 26,000 American troops lost their lives. The success of the 100 Days Offensive played a decisive role in securing victory for the Allies, with the war officially declared over on November 11, 1918. In total, within a period of less than 6 months of combat, the United States suffered 53,402 battlefield fatalities, while an additional 63,114 deaths were caused by disease and accidents. Following the end of hostilities, wartime contracts were swiftly terminated by the U.S., and soldiers were brought back home. However, at that time, there were few programs in place to assist veterans in transitioning back into civilian life. In January of 1919, representatives from the United States joined other Allied nations in Paris to negotiate the terms of peace. President Wilson arrived with his proposed 14 points, some of which were incorporated into the final settlement, including the establishment of the League of Nations, the first global intergovernmental organization aimed at preserving world peace. Although the Treaty of Versailles was officially signed on June 28, 1919, it was never ratified by the United States, which instead opted to sign a separate peace agreement with Germany. Wilson, a member of the Democratic Party, chose not to include prominent Republican leaders in the peace negotiations, as he pursued what he described as peace without victory. After the 1918 elections, control of the Senate had shifted to the Republicans, who were deeply angered by Wilson's unwillingness to involve them in discussions about the war, particularly since they favored Germany's unconditional surrender. Due to divisions within the Senate, where Democrats who supported Wilson were opposed by the irreconcilables, along with Republicans and certain Democrats who rejected the treaty, it became impossible to secure the required two-thirds majority for ratification. Those Democrats who opposed the treaty reflected segments of the American population, especially Irish Catholics and German Americans, who strongly objected to its terms, believing it unfairly favored Britain. On November 19, 1919, in an unprecedented move, the Senate rejected a peace treaty for the first time in its history. Later, under President Warren G. Harding, who succeeded Wilson, the U.S. German peace treaty was finalized on August 25, 1921. This agreement permitted cooperation between the United States and Germany, independent of the League of Nations. In the aftermath of World War I, the United States transitioned into a period of recovery and rebuilding. Economic growth surged. Construction projects expanded rapidly, and consumer goods, such as automobiles and electricity, became increasingly accessible to the general public. This decade was marked by bold experimentation and innovation, yet it also sparked resistance from those who were uneasy with the changing cultural landscape. As a result of its dynamic and sometimes turbulent nature, this era came to be known as the Roaring Twenties. For the first time in American history, a majority 51% of the population in the 1920s resided in cities, rather than in rural villages or farming communities. Urban life was reshaped by emerging social norms that had been developing over many years, with particularly significant changes experienced by women. At the beginning of the decade, it was estimated that between 1/4 and 1/3 of unmarried working women in cities lived independently in apartments or boarding houses, instead of remaining in their parents' homes, as had been customary during the Victorian era. These modern women frequented public entertainment venues such as dance halls, amusement parks, and movie theaters, places that became popular gathering spots for young couples on dates. This shift contributed to the gradual replacement of traditional courtship practices. With more free time available, people increasingly participated in leisure activities. As mechanization spread through factories and workplaces, urban blue-collar workers found themselves working fewer hours. The average workweek declined significantly, dropping from 559 hours in 1900 to just 442 hours by 1929. At the same time, wages for blue-collar workers rose by 25%, and with higher incomes and easy access to credit, many Americans in the 1920s found themselves with disposable income, spending money on consumer goods, and even going into debt for non-essential items became more socially acceptable. Between 1920 and 1929, the total wealth of the nation more than doubled, and people flocked to movie theaters to watch stars such as Charlie Chaplin and Rudolph Valentino. By the mid-1920s, weekly movie ticket sales had reached 50 million, a number roughly equivalent to half the U.S. population at the time. Consumers also purchased ready-made clothing, which was becoming more affordable due to mass production. Radios became another popular household item. In fact, the first live public radio broadcast took place on November 2, 1920, when station KDKA in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, aired the presidential election results. By the end of the decade, more than 12 million homes owned radios. Electricity usage expanded rapidly as well, while only about 16% of American households had electricity in 1912. That number had risen to over 60% by the mid-1920s. As a result, electrical appliances such as washing machines, freezers, and vacuum cleaners became common purchases. Automobiles, once considered a luxury, also became widely attainable. For example, in 1924, the Ford Model T was priced at $260, which would be equivalent to around $4,000 today. However, while prosperity was enjoyed by many, others struggled to make ends meet. Severe income inequality, which had been a concern during the Progressive Era and characteristic of the Gilded Age, continued to persist. The earnings of the top 1% of families matched those of the bottom 42% during the 1920s. Additionally, more than 40% of Americans lived on less than $1,500 per year, which was considered the poverty line at the time. Outside urban areas, most people did not benefit from the economic boom of the Roaring Twenties. In the years following World War I, farm prices plummeted to extremely low levels, with the widespread availability of automobiles, people gained the freedom to travel more easily, and many young individuals were drawn to nightlife, especially jazz clubs, where dancing was popular. Jazz music, originally developed in New Orleans, was brought north by black musicians. Chicago soon emerged as a major hub for jazz, boasting over 100 clubs dedicated to the genre. For the first time, social mixing between black and white individuals began to occur in venues such as Chicago's Black and Tan clubs. Poet Langston Hughes famously described the city's vibrant nightlife by writing, "Midnight was like day. Performers like Louis Armstrong, Jelly Roll Morton, and Ethel Waters attracted large audiences to dance halls, where new dance styles inspired by African American culture gained popularity. Among these were dances like the Charleston, the cakewalk, the turkey trot, and the flea hop. Prominent venues included the Cotton Club in Harlem, New York, featuring Duke Ellington's orchestra, and the Grand Terrace Cafe in Chicago, where Earl Hines performed. Eventually, New York City became the center of jazz culture during the Harlem Renaissance. However, because jazz originated within African American communities and differed from traditional white musical styles, it faced significant opposition as its popularity grew. Critics condemned jazz for what they viewed as its immoral influence, its cultural origins, and even labeled it the devil's music. By the end of the 1920s, at least 60 communities across the country had prohibited jazz from being played in public dance halls. Despite this backlash, radio broadcasts helped spread jazz music nationwide, and in 1927 alone, 100 million jazz records were sold. Due to ongoing racism and discrimination, however, most of these recordings were performed by white bands that imitated the style of black musicians who had originally created the genre. Even Thomas Edison, the inventor of the phonograph, mocked jazz, claiming that it sounded better when played in reverse. A harsh critique of jazz was once voiced by Shaw Faulkner, who served as president of the General Federation of Women's Clubs, a powerful coalition of women's social and reform organizations which had launched an anti-jazz campaign in 1921. According to Faulkner, jazz had originally been tied to voodoo rituals and was said to incite what she described as half-crazed individuals into committing immoral acts. At the same time, the growing prominence of black culture, including jazz and blues music, along with the arrival of millions of African Americans moving north during the Great Migration, triggered intense racist backlash. Throughout the 1920s, millions of Americans joined the Ku Klux Klan, swelling its membership to around 5 million by 1925. By the middle of the decade, control over state governments in Indiana, Texas, Oklahoma, and Colorado had been secured by the group, while its influence extended strongly into other states, such as California and Georgia. As a fundamentalist and conservative paramilitary organization, the Klan carried out acts of white supremacist violence and directed hostility not only toward black Americans, but also toward Jews, Catholics, Asians, and the so-called New Women. One of the most devastating outbreaks of racial violence occurred during the Tulsa Race Massacre of 1921, when a white mob destroyed the black neighborhood of Greenwood in Tulsa, Oklahoma, killing dozens of residents. Following that event, the power and influence of the KKK in Oklahoma continued to expand. More broadly, the 1920s came to be defined by strong nativist attitudes and widespread anti-immigrant sentiment. Between 1919 and 1920, a Red Scare unfolded, during which suspected communists were hunted down, exposed, and prosecuted. In 1924, the National Origins Act, supported by the Klan, was enacted, sharply limiting immigration from Eastern Europe and Asia while favoring immigrants from Northern Europe and Great Britain. When alcohol prohibition was introduced nationwide in 1920, banning both the production and sale of alcoholic beverages, it was driven not only by reformers, seeking to eliminate social problems like poverty and violence, but also by those who opposed the rising number of urban immigrants in the aftermath of World War I. Anti-German sentiment became so widespread that beer produced by German breweries was mockingly referred to as Kaiser Brew. Under Prohibition laws, beverages such as beer, wine, whiskey, and gin were all outlawed, yet enforcing these regulations proved to be an overwhelming challenge for the federal government. Illegal activities like smuggling and bootlegging spread rapidly, and secret establishments known as speakeasies, where alcohol was served unlawfully, began appearing across cities. By 1927, it was estimated that around 30,000 illegal speakeasies were operating, which was twice the number of legal bars that had existed before Prohibition, although federal agents regularly carried out raids in an effort to shut these places down. Successfully prosecuting offenders turned out to be difficult. For instance, in New York City, 7,000 arrests for liquor violations resulted in only 17 convictions. Meanwhile, organized crime groups including mafia networks and street gangs took advantage of the situation, building a lucrative and often violent black market for alcohol that thrived due to unmet consumer demand. To maintain their operations, these groups frequently bribed police officers and federal agents. It was reported that Al Capone's organization in Chicago earned approximately $60 million in 1927 and had managed to place nearly half of the city's police force on its payroll. In 1932, John D. Rockefeller, who himself abstained from drinking, remarked that Prohibition had seemingly increased alcohol consumption, replaced saloons with speakeasies, and created a massive network of lawbreakers operating on an unprecedented scale. Even though such observations reflected personal impressions, other data suggested a different trend, indicating that alcohol consumption nationwide may actually have declined during Prohibition. Statistical evidence showed that deaths caused by liver cirrhosis among men decreased between 1911 and 1929. Additionally, research has revealed that alcohol consumption levels did not return to pre-Prohibition levels until the 1960s. Eventually, as with all periods of prosperity, the good times came to an end. Consumer demand began to decline after all. There were only so many cars and radios people could buy, while rising debt levels and excessive confidence in stock market investments caused stock prices to become dangerously inflated. Then, on October 24, 1929, a day that would later be remembered as Black Thursday, the stock market collapsed. This crash set off the most severe economic downturn in American history, ushering in the Great Depression and bringing the freewheeling, consumption-driven Roaring Twenties to a close, as millions of shares lost all value. Confidence among consumers quickly evaporated, with spending sharply reduced. Factories responded by cutting production and laying off workers. By 1930, around 4 million Americans were unemployed, and by the following year, that number had risen to 6 million. Many individuals burdened by debt found themselves unable to repay it, leading to widespread home foreclosures. As a result, homelessness became increasingly common. Just weeks before the stock market crash, construction had begun on the Empire State Building, which would go on to become the first skyscraper in the world to exceed 100 floors. During the late 1920s, numerous ambitious building projects had been planned or initiated. Reflecting the optimism that defined the era, this architectural race toward the sky included 5 additional proposed skyscrapers, but only the Empire State Building was completed due to the financial collapse of 1929. Remarkably, construction of the building was finished in just 1 year and 45 days. Setting a record for speed, however, because of the economic downturn, demand for office space was extremely low, leaving much of the building vacant until the 1940s. Alongside economic hardship, environmental disaster struck in 1930 when a severe drought spread from Texas to Nebraska. High winds carried massive clouds of dust that devastated crops, killed livestock, and even claimed human lives. This catastrophe became known as the Dust Bowl and forced many residents of the Great Plains to migrate to cities in search of employment. Between 1930 and 1933, the economic crisis deepened further, with thousands of banks shutting their doors. Although President Herbert Hoover attempted to support struggling financial institutions, his belief as a Republican that the government should avoid direct intervention limited his response. By 1932, with nearly 15 million Americans unemployed, voters decisively elected Democrat Franklin D. Roosevelt, who quickly moved to address the crisis. Within his first 100 days in office, Roosevelt introduced sweeping legislation aimed at reforming and reopening banks, stabilizing both industry and agriculture, and generating employment opportunities. Despite these efforts, unemployment remained extremely high, reaching 20% in 1935, prompting Roosevelt to establish, through executive order, a long-term job creation program known as the Works Progress Administration. Between 1935 and 1943, the WPA provided employment to approximately 85 million Americans who worked on building schools, hospitals, roads, and other infrastructure projects. In addition, the program supported the arts by employing tens of thousands of actors, musicians, writers, and other creative professionals. At its peak toward the end of 1938, employment under the WPA had risen to more than 33 million Americans. Across the nation, over 4,000 school buildings were constructed, 130 hospitals were established. Approximately 9,000 miles of storm drains and sewer systems were installed, 29,000 bridges were built, and 150 airfields were created. In addition to that, around 280,000 miles of roads were either paved or repaired, while 24 million trees were planted in an effort to combat the topsoil erosion caused by the Dust Bowl. Among the most well-known WPA achievements were major infrastructure projects such as the Hoover Dam on the Colorado River, the Lincoln Tunnel in New York City, LaGuardia Airport in Queens, and the iconic San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge. Federal funding from the New Deal also supported the carving of Mount Rushmore in South Dakota. The faces of Presidents George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Theodore Roosevelt, and Abraham Lincoln were sculpted into the mountainside by a team of roughly 400 artists. Blacksmiths forged the necessary tools, while tramway operators transported both workers and equipment to and from the remote mountainside. The total cost of the project approached $1 million, with approximately 85% of that amount coming from federal funding. Although criticism was directed at the WPA for inefficiency and slow progress, it was also widely praised for providing jobs to millions of Americans suffering during the Great Depression. In addition to the WPA, other key New Deal initiatives were introduced. The Social Security Administration was established to provide financial security for older citizens. The Agricultural Adjustment Act was designed to assist farmers in overcoming debt, and the U.S. Housing Authority was created to address the issue of homelessness. To protect workers' rights, the National Labor Relations Act was passed in 1935, while the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 introduced regulations for minimum wages and maximum working hours. Despite these efforts, Roosevelt's policies were not universally supported, as critics from conservative circles condemned them as excessive government intervention. Following the elections of 1938, passing additional New Deal legislation became more challenging because the newly elected Congress was less liberal and less inclined to support government spending. This political shift was largely driven by declining public confidence in Roosevelt's leadership during the economic downturn of 1937-1938. Since Roosevelt had previously taken credit for economic recovery, he was also blamed when conditions worsened. Even so, the popularity of the New Deal helped the Democratic Party maintain dominance in national politics well into the 1960s. When World War II broke out in Europe in the fall of 1939, most Americans still supported a policy of isolationism. President Roosevelt, however, recognized the importance of supporting Britain and France to improve their chances of success in Tassachin. The war, after France fell in June 1940, Roosevelt initiated the Lend-Lease program, sending military supplies and humanitarian aid to Britain aboard American ships. Then, on December 7, 1941, the Japanese fleet launched a surprise attack on the U.S. naval base at Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. The assault inflicted severe damage, destroying 3 battleships and damaging several others. However, the Japanese failed to destroy American aircraft carriers. The attack left Americans shocked and outraged. Japan had intended to cripple the U.S. Pacific Fleet and quickly dominate the Pacific region. Instead, the United States responded with remarkable speed, and within 6 months, dealt a major blow to the Japanese Navy at the Battle of Midway. This victory at Midway allowed U.S. naval forces to gain control in the Pacific and enabled safe transport of ground troops to islands held by Japan. Meanwhile, in Europe, following the U.S. declaration of war on Japan, Adolf Hitler, leader of Nazi Germany, declared war on the United States in support of his Axis ally. Now fully engaged as part of the Allied powers, the United States was determined to help Britain reclaim control of Europe. Plans were developed by the War Department for a series of operations aimed at liberating North Africa and Europe from fascist control, while also preparing for a prolonged campaign across the Pacific Islands to assist Australia and the Philippines against Japan. The United States once again found itself at war, this time on a global scale, facing enemies on 2 fronts. Nationwide mobilization followed, with millions of men enlisting in the military, while those remaining at home shifted to producing war materials and supporting the war effort. Unfortunately, fear and prejudice toward Asian Americans intensified. After the attack on Pearl Harbor, leading President Roosevelt to issue Executive Order 9066. This order authorized the internment of individuals considered potential security threats. As a result, with the West Coast divided into military zones, more than 120,000 Japanese Americans, over 2/3 of whom were U.S.-born, were forcibly removed from their homes and relocated to inland camps away from military operations. Recognizing the urgency of defeating Nazi Germany, Roosevelt's administration and military leaders prioritized the liberation of Europe, following the success. At Midway, U.S. forces had the opportunity to reassess their Pacific strategy, while shifting focus toward European operations. After considerable discussion, North Africa was selected as the initial target for Allied landings. In the fall of 1942, Operation Torch was launched, marking a large-scale assault on Axis-controlled territories in North Africa. This campaign brought together forces from the United States, the United Kingdom, India, Canada, the Netherlands, Free France, and Australia. Within a week of intense fighting, the Allies secured key coastal ports and successfully occupied much of Morocco and Algeria. Operation Torch marked the beginning of a broader Allied campaign that would eventually lead to the complete liberation of North Africa and the invasion of Italy by the fall of 1943. Meanwhile, in the Pacific, U.S. forces adopted a strategy known as island hopping, or leapfrogging, by leveraging the mobility and strength of the U.S. Navy. American forces were able to rapidly deploy troops across numerous Japanese-controlled islands throughout the South Pacific. This approach proved highly effective, as it kept Japanese forces under constant pressure while gradually cutting off their supply lines and reinforcements. As a result, Japanese troops were often forced into defensive positions, fighting fiercely for every inch of territory, with little hope of relief or escape. Beginning in the fall of 1942 and continuing over the next 2 years, brutal battles were fought by U.S. forces at locations such as Guadalcanal, Saipan, Peleliu, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa, among many others. In Europe, after Italy's defeat, Allied forces shifted their focus toward liberating France from Nazi occupation. At the same time, on the Eastern Front, the Soviet Union had successfully halted the German invasion and was steadily pushing Nazi forces back toward Germany. Seizing this moment, American and British military planners prepared for a bold amphibious invasion of the Normandy beaches in northern France. Operation Neptune, better known to most as D-Day, was launched by Allied forces on June 6, 1944, under the overall command of General Dwight D. Eisenhower. Much like the earlier Operation Torch in North Africa, this invasion was carried out as a large-scale multinational effort, bringing together the combined strength of Allied nations. Major contributions were made by troops from the United States, Britain, Canada, Australia, and France, among others, widely regarded as one of the defining moments of World War II. D-Day stood as a powerful symbol of Allied unity and cooperation. At the same time, it marked a turning point in the war, signaling the beginning of the downfall of Hitler's regime and the Axis powers. Following the success of the invasion, the German hold over France began to unravel rapidly under the pressure of the Allied advance. By the winter of 1944, Nazi forces had been pushed back to the border between France and Germany, where preparations were made for continued fighting in the Ardennes forest during the colder months. While Soviet forces pressed forward relentlessly from the Eastern Front, Hitler made the decision to redirect crucial military resources toward the West, hoping to launch a surprise attack against the Allies. In December 1944, German troops initiated what would become their final major offensive of the war, advancing through the Ardennes region. At first, this assault achieved some success, forcing Allied troops to retreat. However, the advantage was short-lived, as Allied air superiority soon slowed the German advance and eventually brought it to a standstill. When the offensive came to an end, German forces had nearly managed to surround a large group of American troops, establishing defensive positions. As winter set in, this confrontation would later become known as the Battle of the Bulge. Throughout the battle, American soldiers endured constant artillery fire, sudden surprise attacks, and extremely harsh winter conditions. Yet they refused to surrender when German commanders demanded their capitulation. The American response, allegedly delivered by their commanding officer, was a single word: nuts. With the arrival of spring came renewed Allied air support, which allowed forces to break through German lines and relieve the encircled troops. Exhausted of resources, facing mass surrenders among their soldiers, and under pressure from Allied advances on both Eastern and Western fronts, Germany was nearing total collapse. After several more months of intense fighting, Soviet forces finally reached Berlin. Soon after, Adolf Hitler took his own life, and the Nazi regime came to an end as the pre-Nazi German government was restored, marking the conclusion of the war in Europe. Meanwhile, across the Pacific, American forces continued their steady advance, capturing one island after another. By the spring of 1945, preparations were underway for a full-scale invasion of Japan's home islands, an operation that neither military leaders nor government officials looked forward to due to its expected cost. In April of that year, President Franklin D. Roosevelt died unexpectedly, leaving the presidency to his Vice President Harry Truman. Upon assuming office, Truman was immediately briefed on a highly classified initiative known as the Manhattan Project, which had been focused on developing an atomic weapon. Under the leadership of physicist Robert Oppenheimer, the project had united some of the most brilliant scientific minds from across the United States and beyond. Their goal had been to create a weapon powerful enough to bring the war to an end. With Roosevelt's passing, the responsibility for deciding whether to use this weapon now rested with Truman, faced with a Japanese government unwilling to surrender, and the likelihood of devastating casualties from a ground invasion. Truman approved the use of atomic bombs as a means to avoid prolonged conflict. At 8:15 a.m. on August 6, 1945, an atomic bomb known as Little Boy, constructed from enriched uranium, was dropped on the city of Hiroshima, detonating approximately 1 mile above the ground. The explosion released energy equivalent to 15 kilotons of TNT, everything within a 1-mile radius of the blast was destroyed, with only a few reinforced concrete structures managing to remain standing. The explosion created a massive fireball measuring about 1,200 feet, 370 meters in diameter, emitting an intense flash of light and reaching temperatures of around 6,000 degrees Celsius, 10,830 degrees Fahrenheit, comparable to the surface of the sun. Those closest to the blast were instantly vaporized, leaving behind only faint shadows, etched onto nearby surfaces, expanding to a diameter of roughly 2 miles, 32 kilometers. The fireball consumed nearly everything in its path. The majority of casualties, about 60%, were caused directly by the blast itself, while the remainder resulted from injuries and radiation exposure that spread outward from the explosion. Estimates suggest that between 80,000 and 140,000 civilians and military personnel lost their lives as a result of the bombing. As reports of the devastation emerged, the U.S. government once again urged Japan to surrender, warning that another atomic strike would follow if they refused. Despite this, the Japanese leadership declined to surrender. Consequently, a second atomic bomb was dropped on the city of Nagasaki on August 9th. This weapon, known as Fat Man, was a plutonium-based bomb released over Nagasaki's industrial valley at 11:01 a.m. and detonated 47 seconds later at 11:02. The explosion produced a force equivalent to 21 kilotons of TNT, approximately 40% greater than that of Little Boy. However, due to unfavorable weather conditions, the bomb was released off target, causing much of the explosion's force to be contained by the surrounding mountainous terrain. As in Hiroshima, the blast and resulting fireball destroyed everything within the immediate impact zone and accounted for the majority of casualties. Between 60,000 and 80,000 individuals were killed, while hundreds of thousands more suffered injuries. Altogether, the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki resulted in the deaths of an estimated 129,000 to 226,000 people, most of whom were civilians. On August 10th, Japan signaled its willingness to surrender, provided that its government could remain intact. In response, the United States stated that the terms would be addressed after a formal surrender was issued. On the evening of August 14th, a brief coup attempt was carried out by factions within the Japanese government who wished to continue fighting. This effort was quickly suppressed by loyal government forces. The following morning, Japan's emperor officially announced the nation's surrender at last. The Second World War had come to a close over the duration of the conflict. More than 16 million American men and women served in the armed forces, and approximately 420,000 lost their lives in the effort to secure freedom for the world. Through this experience, the United States moved away from its previous stance of isolation and stepped into a new era defined by global engagement. Now recognized as a major world power, the nation found itself holding significant responsibility for shaping the future. Although cooperation with the Soviet Union during the war had been driven by necessity, tensions between the two nations had already begun to rise even before the fighting ended. Compounding these tensions, the introduction of atomic weapons ushered in a new age of warfare and technological advancement, one that would influence global affairs for decades to come. Despite having fought together against Nazi Germany, the United States and the Soviet Union were never truly allies in spirit. Suspicion toward the Soviet communist system and the actions of its leader, Joseph Stalin, was widespread in the United States. At the same time, resentment grew within the Soviet Union, as American leaders sought to limit its influence on the global stage. Although these tensions ran deep, the rivalry that became known as the Cold War did not escalate into direct military conflict, largely due to the looming threat of nuclear weapons to counter Soviet expansion. The United States adopted a strategy called containment, aimed at preventing the spread of communist influence worldwide. This approach justified an unprecedented buildup of military power and weaponry. The end of World War II had been accelerated by the use of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945, demonstrating the destructive capability of this new class of weapons. By 1949, the Soviet Union had successfully tested its own nuclear bomb, intensifying the competition between the two superpowers. Both nations then raced to develop even more powerful weapons, including the hydrogen bomb. In late 1952, the United States tested a hydrogen bomb in the Marshall Islands, producing an explosion hundreds of times more powerful than those used in Japan. A few years later, in 1955, the Soviet Union conducted a similar test in Kazakhstan. These nuclear tests caused severe health consequences for nearby populations in both regions. Even so, weapons testing increased dramatically, and by 1958, the United States, the Soviet Union, and the United Kingdom had detonated over 100 nuclear devices worldwide. Afterward, the three nations agreed to temporarily halt testing. The Cold War's influence extended deeply into everyday American life. Fears of nuclear attack led to emergency drills in schools and encouraged families to construct bomb shelters in their backyards. Perhaps even more damaging, concerns about communist influence within the country prompted the government to establish the House Un-American Activities Committee in 1947. This committee was tasked with investigating suspected communists. Thousands of government employees were scrutinized, many lost their jobs, and some faced legal prosecution. In academia, liberal professors were dismissed, forced to testify against colleagues, or required to swear loyalty oaths. Within the entertainment industry, hundreds of individuals were investigated, and more than 500 professionals in film lost their careers due to their political beliefs. Many writers, actors, and directors who were blacklisted found themselves unable to work for over a decade. This era became widely known as the Red Scare, or McCarthyism, named after Senator Joseph McCarthy, a prominent and aggressive anti-communist figure who led these efforts. Another enduring symbol of Cold War tensions was the Berlin Wall, constructed in 1961 to divide communist East Berlin from capitalist West Berlin, while East German authorities claimed the wall was intended to keep Western influences out. Its true purpose was to prevent citizens from fleeing to the West. It also served as a response to the Berlin crisis of 1958, when Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev demanded that Western powers relinquish control of West Berlin, even after its construction. Tensions between East and West remained high. West Berlin experienced economic growth and prosperity, standing in stark contrast to the struggling conditions in East Germany. Over time, the wall became a powerful symbol of division during the Cold War. The global standoff between superpowers was felt most intensely during the Cuban Missile Crisis, a nearly two-week confrontation that brought the world dangerously close to nuclear war. In October 1962, U.S. reconnaissance aircraft discovered Soviet missile installations being built in Cuba, just 90 miles from American shores. This discovery came shortly after the failed Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961, when the United States had attempted to overthrow Cuban leader Fidel Castro. During the 13-day crisis, President John F. Kennedy ordered a naval blockade of Cuba and publicly declared that the United States was prepared to use military force if necessary. Ultimately, the crisis was resolved when Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev agreed to remove the missiles in exchange for a U.S. pledge not to invade Cuba and the removal of American missiles from Turkey. The confrontation had a sobering effect on both nations in the aftermath. A direct communication hotline was established between Washington and Moscow to help prevent future crises. Additionally, in 1963, the United States, the Soviet Union, and the United Kingdom signed an agreement banning certain types of nuclear testing, driven by its anti-communist stance. The United States became involved in several international conflicts aimed at supporting democratic governments and opposing communist movements. In June 1950, North Korea, backed by the Soviet Union, invaded South Korea, which was aligned with Western nations. Many U.S. officials feared that this was the beginning of a broader communist effort to dominate the world. Believing it was their responsibility to intervene, President Harry Truman sent American troops to Korea. The conflict soon reached a stalemate, with ongoing fighting along the border and rising casualties. Nearly 5 million people died during the war, more than half of whom were civilians, a higher civilian death rate than in World War II or the Vietnam War. Approximately 40,000 American soldiers were killed, and another 100,000 were wounded after more than 2 years in negotiations. An armistice agreement was signed on July 27, 1953. Following the collapse of French colonial rule in Vietnam in 1954, President Dwight D. Eisenhower advocated for U.S. involvement based on the domino theory. This theory suggested that if one country fell to communism, neighboring nations would follow, like a chain reaction. What began as a limited military effort eventually escalated into a prolonged, costly, and deeply unpopular 10-year conflict in Vietnam. Despite maintaining a firm anti-communist stance, President Richard Nixon, upon taking office in 1969, sought to ease tensions with the Soviet Union through diplomatic efforts. In 1972, agreements were reached between the two superpowers to limit their nuclear arsenals. However, tensions rose again during the presidency of Ronald Reagan, who supported anti-communist movements around the world, particularly in Central America. Ultimately, the Cold War came to an end as the Soviet Union began to collapse under the leadership of Mikhail Gorbachev, whose reforms led to significant shifts in power within the communist bloc. As Soviet influence began to weaken, communist governments across Eastern Europe started to fall, and in their place, democratic systems emerged in countries such as East Germany, Poland, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia. By 1989, the long-standing division between West and East Germany came to an end as the two nations were reunified. Shortly afterward, in 1991, the Soviet Union itself dissolved, effectively bringing the Cold War era to a close. Although the Declaration of Independence had boldly proclaimed that all men are created equal, the continued existence of slavery and the persistence of racial prejudice throughout American history meant that African Americans faced a long and difficult struggle to make that ideal a reality. Even after slavery was abolished in 1865, and the 14th and 15th Amendments were added to the Constitution in 1868 and 1870, strengthening the legal rights of formerly enslaved people. The legacy of nearly a century of legalized slavery continued to cast a deep shadow. Segregation laws, along with widespread everyday racism and discrimination, ensured that in many areas, Black and white Americans were not permitted to share the same public spaces, including buses, restrooms, hospitals, prisons, and schools. At the beginning of the 20th century, conservative Democrats in the South enacted policies that further stripped African Americans of their rights through social, economic, and political means, including the denial of voting rights. In some cases, these measures were enforced through violence. These discriminatory practices were solidified in 1896 by the Supreme Court's decision in Plessy v. Ferguson. In that case, the court ruled against Homer Plessy, a black man who had been arrested in New Orleans for refusing to give up his seat to a white passenger. As required by Louisiana law, the court declared that if one race be inferior to the other socially, the Constitution of the United States cannot put them upon the same plane. Using this reasoning, the court continued in subsequent years to uphold laws enforcing racial segregation. These laws, known as Jim Crow laws, a derogatory term referring to black people, established separate and unequal rules for black and white Americans. However, segregation was not enforced solely through legislation. Discriminatory customs were also widespread, including denying black individuals access to certain jobs, neighborhoods, and businesses. During this period, various organizations worked tirelessly to challenge segregation and fight against the disenfranchisement of African Americans. By 1950, after years of advocacy, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, frustrated with overcrowded and underfunded segregated schools, assembled its strongest legal challenge to date. This effort culminated in the landmark case Brown v. Board of Education. In reality, this case combined 5 separate legal challenges, all questioning whether racial segregation in public schools was constitutional. The case was argued by attorney Thurgood Marshall, who contended that separate educational systems were inherently unequal. In 1954, the Supreme Court unanimously agreed with Marshall's argument, declaring school segregation unconstitutional and overturning the precedent set by Plessy v. Ferguson. Although this ruling represented a major victory for civil rights advocates, its immediate impact was limited due to resistance from white communities, who opposed integration. At the same time, opposition to segregated public transportation was also gaining momentum, highlighted by the actions of Rosa Parks in 1955. Parks, an African-American seamstress and activist, refused to surrender her seat in the segregated section of a Montgomery, Alabama bus to a white man. As a result, she was arrested and fined. However, her act of defiance inspired black leaders in the community to organize the Montgomery bus boycott, led by a young minister, Martin Luther King Jr. During the boycott, approximately 40,000 African Americans, who made up the majority of bus riders, refused to use the bus system in protest of discriminatory treatment. At first, their demands focused on fair treatment, including respectful behavior, the hiring of black drivers, and a seating system based on a first-come, first-served basis, with white passengers entering from the front and black passengers from the rear. Over time, however, the movement's objectives shifted toward completely eliminating segregation on buses. On June 5, 1956, a federal court in Montgomery ruled that laws requiring segregated seating on buses violated the 14th Amendment. After the city appealed, the Supreme Court upheld this decision. On December 21, 1956, Montgomery's bus system was officially desegregated, bringing the boycott, which had lasted over a year, to an end. This event is widely recognized as the first large-scale protest against racial segregation in the United States. Although progress was being made, the path toward equality remained challenging. While buses were integrated, bus stops often remained segregated, and new laws were frequently met with resistance and violence. In one incident, gunfire was directed at a bus, severely injuring a pregnant African-American rider by shattering both of her legs. In January 1957, 4 black churches, along with the homes of several prominent black leaders in Montgomery, were targeted and bombed. In 1956, a group of Southern lawmakers issued the Southern Manifesto, pledging to resist racial integration through all lawful means. Following the Brown v. Board decision, many state and local officials, particularly in the South, actively opposed school integration, and members of the public joined in resisting these changes. In September 1957, 9 African American students attempted to enroll at Central High School in Little Rock, Arkansas. On September 2nd, Governor Orville Faubus ordered the Arkansas National Guard to prevent them from entering the school. 2 days later, an angry mob gathered alongside the National Guard, once again blocking the students' entry. By September 23rd, the students were escorted by local police and attempted to enter through a side entrance. But another hostile crowd formed and tried to force their way inside. Concerned for the students' safety, officials decided to send them home. In response, President Dwight Eisenhower took control of the National Guard and deployed U.S. Army troops to protect the students, allowing them to finally attend classes. Even then, they continued to face threats and harassment. Nonviolent protest methods became a hallmark of the civil rights movement, including sit-ins at segregated lunch counters and the Freedom Rides of 1961. These demonstrations were used to challenge segregation in public spaces throughout the South during President John F. Kennedy's administration. Such protests increased significantly, with hundreds of demonstrations occurring nationwide, attracting both widespread media attention and violent opposition. The Freedom Riders, who were members of the interracial activist group, Congress of Racial Equality, faced intense resistance as they traveled from Washington, D.C. to Jackson, Mississippi, challenging segregation on interstate buses and in bus terminals. Although a federal decision had already ruled in 1946 that segregation in interstate travel was unlawful, those who challenged it still encountered fierce opposition. In Virginia, arrests were made, while in South Carolina, participants were brutally beaten. When the riders reached Anniston, Alabama, they were confronted by a violent crowd of more than 100 individuals, including hostile police officers and members of the Ku Klux Klan. The brutality they faced ultimately forced organizers to call off the ride, although similar efforts continued on a smaller scale afterward. As these events attracted widespread media attention, and as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. emerged as a spokesperson, the issue gained national prominence. This pressure pushed the Kennedy administration to act, leading to instructions being given to the Interstate Commerce Commission to prohibit segregation across all buses and related facilities under its authority. That ruling officially went into effect on November 1, 1961. Even though King himself did not physically participate in the rides, their impact helped demonstrate to him and others that peaceful, nonviolent resistance could draw national attention, generate public sympathy, and compel federal action. In the spring of 1963, a major campaign was launched in Birmingham, Alabama, by the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, under King's leadership, working alongside the Alabama Christian Movement for Human Rights, ACMHR. Activists organized sit-ins, meetings, boycotts of segregated businesses, and large-scale marches to challenge segregation in the city.
Participants registered voters and attended speeches by King, where he explained the philosophy of nonviolence. Often during staged sit-ins, the boycott of local businesses proved especially impactful, as it occurred just before Easter, one of the busiest shopping seasons of the year. As a result, hundreds of protesters were arrested, quickly filling the city's jails. Roughly a week into the demonstrations, the city government obtained a court order mandating an end to the protests. Despite this, activists chose to continue their efforts in defiance of the ruling on May 2nd. More than 1,000 African American students marched through downtown Birmingham in an event that became known as the Children's Crusade. As the demonstrations continued, hundreds more participants were arrested, further overcrowding the already packed jails. In response, Public Safety Commissioner Eugene Bull Connor authorized the use of high-pressure fire hoses against the young demonstrators. When bystanders reacted by throwing objects at officers, Connor escalated the situation by deploying police dogs against them. Images capturing this violence spread rapidly, sparking outrage both across the United States and around the world. Under mounting pressure, the White House sent a mediator to assist in negotiations between protest leaders and Birmingham's business community, which had been weakened by the ongoing boycott. On May 8th, a compromise agreement was reached. The protests in the streets were to end immediately, and signs designating whites only and blacks only on public facilities like restrooms and drinking fountains would be removed. The agreement also included provisions for releasing jailed protesters on bond, desegregating lunch counters, and increasing employment opportunities for African Americans in the city. While the outcome did not fully meet all the activists' goals, it represented a partial victory, though some felt the movement should have continued until complete equality was achieved. In the months that followed, Birmingham began a gradual process of desegregation. However, the campaign's greatest impact was not local change, but rather the significant national and international attention it brought to the civil rights movement. At the same time, King's reputation as a leader grew dramatically. On August 28th, King delivered his famous "I Have a Dream" speech during the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. This massive demonstration, held in the nation's capital, aimed to advocate for civil and economic rights for African Americans. An estimated 250,000 people attended the march, making it a remarkable logistical achievement coordinated with local authorities. The demonstration highlighted the limited job opportunities available to Black Americans, as many professions were closed to them, and those that were accessible often offered low pay and little opportunity for advancement. Marking the 100th anniversary of the Emancipation Proclamation, organizers emphasized that meaningful change had been delayed far too long. Although many voices contributed to the event, it was King's speech at the Lincoln Memorial that became immortalized as a defining call for racial equality. The impact of the march and the speech helped push the federal government to take decisive action. This led to the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which banned discrimination in public spaces, education, and employment based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. It was followed by the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which outlawed racial discrimination in voting practices. Together, these laws became the most significant civil rights legislation since the Reconstruction era and marked the end of many Jim Crow policies. No other conflict better illustrated the United States Cold War commitment to opposing communist governments, regardless of the risks, than the Vietnam War. In South Vietnam, leadership was held by Ngo Dinh Diem, a staunch anti-communist who, despite his stance, ruled as a repressive dictator, ordering the imprisonment and torture of suspected communist sympathizers. The South Vietnamese government, supported by the United States, fought against the communist North Vietnamese forces for control of the nation. In 1964, under President Lyndon Johnson, the United States began a sustained bombing campaign known as Operation Rolling Thunder, targeting North Vietnam. Between 1964 and 1973, more than 2 million tons of bombs were also dropped on supply routes in North Vietnam and neighboring Laos, despite Laos officially being neutral in the conflict. In 1965, Johnson called for a major increase in US troop deployments. By June of that year, 82,000 American combat troops were stationed in Vietnam. By the end of July, an additional 100,000 troops were sent, followed by another 100,000 in 1966. Other nations, including South Korea, Thailand, Australia, and New Zealand, contributed troops as well, though in smaller numbers. Meanwhile, North Vietnam received support from both China and the Soviet Union. By November 1967, nearly 500,000 American troops were deployed in Vietnam, but public support for the war was steadily declining. A growing anti-war movement emerged within the United States, protesting the draft, the high number of civilian casualties, and American support for the South Vietnamese government. Low morale also affected soldiers on the ground, with some turning to drug use, engaging in acts of mutiny, or suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Between 1966 and 1973, more than 503,000 US service members deserted, and approximately 500,000 others avoided the draft. Despite this, President Richard Nixon claimed that a silent majority of Americans still supported the war. As the conflict continued, casualties mounted, including the killing of over 400 unarmed civilians by US troops in the village of My Lai in 1968. Efforts to negotiate peace repeatedly failed, while opposition to the war continued to grow. On November 15, 1969, more than 250,000 people gathered in Washington, D.C. to protest the war. In 1972, Nixon ended the draft and transitioned the military to an all-volunteer force. However, the release of the Pentagon Papers in 1971 revealed that the government had secretly expanded the war, further eroding public trust. By January 1973, the United States and North Vietnam agreed to end direct military engagement, though fighting between North and South Vietnam continued until 1975. When North Vietnamese forces captured Saigon, the war ended in failure for the United States. Over the course of the 20-year conflict, approximately 2 million Vietnamese people were killed, 3 million were injured, and 12 million became refugees. The United States suffered around 58,000 fatalities. In the aftermath, many Americans lost faith in their government, while others who had once supported the war no longer felt invulnerable. The Vietnam War deeply divided the nation, leaving a lasting impact for years to come. In the years following World War II, tensions escalated between the capitalist United States and the Communist Soviet Union, as each sought to prove the superiority of its economic and political system. Both nations aimed to demonstrate technological dominance by becoming the first to send a human into space, a goal that seemed within reach. Advances in missile technology had provided both countries with the capability to launch objects into orbit. The space race officially began on August 2, 1955, when both the United States and the Soviet Union announced plans to launch artificial satellites. On October 4, 1957, the Soviet Union successfully launched Sputnik 1, the first satellite, to orbit the Earth. The following month, Sputnik 2 was launched, carrying a dog named Laika, the first living creature to orbit the planet. It was not until January 31, 1958, that the United States entered the race by successfully launching Explorer 1 into orbit. Later that same year, NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, was established as an independent government agency responsible for space exploration and research. On December 18, 1958, the United States launched SCORE, the world's first communications satellite. This satellite gained global attention when it transmitted a pre-recorded Christmas message from President Dwight D. Eisenhower. For the very first time in history, a human voice was transmitted from space. Then, in August 1959, Explorer 6 was launched by the United States, becoming the world's first weather satellite. From orbit, it captured the earliest photograph ever taken of Earth. Shortly afterward, in September, the Soviet Union sent Luna 2, which achieved another milestone by becoming the first spacecraft to reach the moon's surface. Yet these early unmanned missions were only the opening chapter of a much larger story. In August 1960, Sputnik 5, launched by the USSR, became the first spacecraft to safely return its living passengers, which included 2 dogs, Belka and Strelka, along with plant specimens. The following year, a similar success was achieved by the United States when a chimpanzee named Ham was sent into space and brought back alive. During the first 5 years of the space race, both superpowers demonstrated nearly equal capabilities. However, a major shift occurred on April 12, 1961, when Soviet cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin, aboard Vostok 1, became the first human ever to travel into space. Completing a single orbit around Earth in just under 2 hours, Gagarin's mission marked a historic breakthrough. This achievement intensified the rivalry, propelling the competition into a new phase of urgency and ambition. In September 1962, President John F. Kennedy declared that the United States would land a man on the moon and return him safely to Earth before the decade's end. That speech is famously remembered for the line, "We choose to go to the moon." As the race intensified, participation expanded rapidly, drawing in both government agencies and private industry. The workforce involved in the US space program grew dramatically from around 36,000 individuals in 1960 to approximately 377,000 by 1965. Earlier, in May 1961, Alan Shepard had been launched aboard Mercury Redstone 3. Although Shepard became the first American in space, his mission did not achieve orbit and lasted only about 15 minutes. In the years that followed, the Soviet Union continued to lead in human spaceflight achievements. In 1963, Valentina Tereshkova became the first woman to travel into space, orbiting Earth for 3 days aboard Vostok 6. 2 years later, in 1965, cosmonaut Alexei Leonov conducted the first spacewalk, spending 12 minutes outside his spacecraft. While the USSR dominated manned missions, the United States made significant advances in its satellite programs. On July 14, 1965, the Mariner 4 spacecraft became the first to reach Mars and transmit close-up images of its surface. Despite setbacks, the United States remained committed to achieving success in human spaceflight. In January 1967, tragedy struck when a fire broke out inside an American spacecraft during a ground test, killing 3 astronauts. Nevertheless, progress continued, and by the end of 1968, Apollo 8 became the first manned spacecraft to orbit the moon and return safely to Earth. This accomplishment demonstrated that the United States was ready to move forward with lunar landing missions. The following year, in July 1969, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin made history by becoming the first humans to walk on the moon. The Apollo 11 landing was broadcast worldwide, marking what many considered a decisive American victory in the space race. In response, the Soviet Union shifted its focus toward building space stations, successfully completing one in 1971. By 1972, relations between the two superpowers began to improve, leading to increased cooperation in space exploration. This shift culminated in 1975, when the first joint US-Soviet space mission took place. During this mission, the Apollo and Soyuz spacecraft docked in orbit, and their commanders famously shook hands, a symbolic gesture marking the end of the space race. Following this milestone, both nations collaborated on future missions, including the Shuttle Mir program in 1993. Beyond space exploration itself, the space race had far-reaching effects on technological development. Efforts to send humans into space led to innovations that are now widely used, including communication satellites and weather satellites, which support technologies like GPS and broadband services. Imaging techniques developed for deep space photography during this era eventually contributed to medical advancements such as CAT scans. Additionally, NASA's research into shock-absorbing materials led to improvements in artificial limbs, while wireless headsets were originally designed for astronaut use. In the aftermath of the destruction caused by totalitarian regimes during the 20th century, a new intellectual movement known as postmodernism began to emerge in the 1970s. This philosophy rejected the idea of universal truths, instead emphasizing the relativity of knowledge and morality. The rise of postmodernism coincided with broader cultural changes as the baby boomer generation reached adulthood. During the 1970s, many young people continued the activism that had begun in the previous decade, challenging established ideas and institutions. Large numbers of students protested against the Vietnam War, the military draft, and companies like Dow Chemical that produced napalm. While many demonstrations were peaceful, some escalated into violence. One notable incident occurred in May 1970 at Kent State University, where members of the National Guard opened fire on students, injuring 13 individuals. At the same time, protests also focused on issues such as gender discrimination, racial inequality, and social justice. Environmental awareness grew as well, with the first Earth Day being celebrated on April 22, 1970. Mass media expanded significantly during this period, with television and radio becoming central to everyday life. Popular shows like All in the Family, Saturday Night Live, and Wheel of Fortune debuted during this time. Technological innovation also accelerated, highlighted by the release of the Atari 2600, the first widely successful home video game system. Meanwhile, major technology companies such as Apple and Microsoft were founded. Despite these advancements, the decade was also marked by economic difficulties. The United States experienced a recession, and fuel prices soared due to the Arab oil embargo imposed on nations that had supported Israel during the 1973 Arab-Israeli War. Political instability further affected the country when the Watergate scandal exposed illegal actions taken to secure President Richard Nixon's re-election. This scandal ultimately led to Nixon's resignation from office. The fallout from Watergate severely damaged the reputation of the Republican Party. As a result, Democrat Jimmy Carter was elected president in 1976. During his presidency, Carter focused on reducing global tensions, including signing a nuclear arms limitation agreement with the Soviet Union and transferring control of the Panama Canal back to Panama. Among his most notable achievements, efforts were made by Carter to mediate peace in the Middle East, where tensions had persisted since the Arab-Israeli War of 1948. However, controversy soon emerged over Carter's backing of the Shah of Iran, whose push to modernize and westernize the country sparked growing unrest. By 1979, the Shah's support had eroded significantly, leading to his overthrow and a surge of anti-American sentiment throughout Iran. During this upheaval, the US embassy in Iran was seized by a group of militants, and 52 American diplomats and citizens were taken hostage. For the next 444 days, those individuals remained in captivity. In the wake of the hostage crisis, another energy crisis unfolded, once again driving gasoline prices sharply upward. In the 1980 presidential election, Carter was decisively defeated by Ronald Reagan in a landslide victory. As the 1980s unfolded, attention shifted away from social issues, while personal financial success became a primary focus for many Americans. The conservative populist movement, known as the New Right, which had begun gaining traction in the late 1970s, continued to expand into the early 1980s. Reagan promoted policies centered on reducing government regulation, cutting public spending, and lowering taxes for both individuals and businesses. These tax reductions were part of a broader economic philosophy called supply-side economics, the idea that benefits for businesses would eventually trickle down to the wider population. Collectively, these strategies became known as Reaganomics. In 1982, the United States experienced its most severe economic downturn since the Great Depression. By November of that year, unemployment had reached 9 million people. Despite these challenges, Reaganomics remained popular, particularly because it significantly increased wealth among the richest Americans. Throughout the 1980s, incomes for the top 1% of households rose dramatically, far outpacing gains seen by middle-class families whose earnings grew only modestly. Meanwhile, incomes for the bottom 40% of households actually declined. Television became nearly universal in American homes during this period, and programming grew increasingly diverse, with shows such as Cheers, The Simpsons, and The Cosby Show gaining popularity. Television news also became highly influential, bringing widespread attention to issues such as crime, including child abduction through programs like 60 Minutes, At the same time, global events and crises, including the famine in Ethiopia, were brought into people's homes through media coverage. On July 13, 1985, the Live Aid concert was broadcast to an audience of approximately 1.5 billion people worldwide. and raising millions of dollars to support famine relief efforts. In 1986, an event organized by the United Way in Cleveland, Ohio, aimed to break the world record for the largest number of balloons released simultaneously. What had been intended as a harmless publicity stunt quickly spiraled out of control. Around 1.5 million helium-filled balloons were released into the air, forming a massive cloud of color. However, weather conditions caused the balloons to drift unpredictably and descend, leading to serious consequences. An airport was forced to shut down, and Coast Guard rescue operations for 2 missing fishermen were disrupted. Additionally, waterways became clogged, traffic accidents occurred, and the incident came to be regarded as a significant environmental disaster. In 1981, the United States resumed space exploration efforts with the launch of the Space Shuttle, Columbia, the first reusable spacecraft. Throughout the decade, multiple shuttle missions were successfully conducted. However, tragedy struck in 1986 when the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded shortly after liftoff, killing all 7 crew members. The disaster was broadcast live, witnessed by millions. As a result, the US space program was suspended for 2.5 years until flights resumed with the launch of the Shuttle Discovery. In 1988, Reagan's foreign policy approach was notably aggressive, as he actively sought to counter the spread of communism around the world. Under what became known as the Reagan Doctrine, the United States provided military and financial support to governments in countries such as Grenada, El Salvador, and Nicaragua. However, controversy arose in 1986 when it was revealed that the United States had secretly sold weapons to Iran. Despite an existing arms embargo imposed after the 1979 embassy crisis, members of the Reagan administration had arranged these sales in order to covertly funnel funds to the Contras, a rebel group fighting the socialist Sandinista government. In Nicaragua, this revelation became known as the Iran-Contra scandal, a major political controversy. Investigations into the matter were hindered by the destruction or disappearance of key documents. Although several officials were convicted of crimes related to the scandal, their convictions were later overturned or pardoned. Another controversy involving the Reagan administration emerged regarding its handling of the AIDS crisis in the 1980s. Although US health officials had identified the AIDS virus as early as 1981, the federal government remained largely silent during the initial years of the epidemic. It was not until 1985, after more than 7,700 people had been infected and 3,500 had died, that funding for AIDS research was allocated. Public awareness campaigns were not initiated until 1987, by which time approximately 47,000 Americans had already contracted HIV. Initially, the disease was widely dismissed, as it was believed to primarily affect gay men. However, over the course of the 1980s, AIDS emerged as a leading cause of death among young adults across the broader population. By 1990, more than 100,000 people in the United States had died from AIDS. Far greater attention at the federal level was directed toward a different kind of crisis drug use. By 1985, crack cocaine, which appeared as smokable solid chunks, had become both inexpensive and widely accessible in major American cities. Low-income urban neighborhoods, many of which had large African American populations, were especially impacted by the spread of crack. As drug activity increased, violence within these communities rose sharply, fueled in large part by dealers. Between 1984 and 1989, the homicide rate among young black men more than doubled. At the same time, black communities experienced higher rates of fetal deaths, an increase in low birth weight infants, more arrests involving weapons, and a growing number of children placed into foster care. In response, Congress passed legislation in 1986 imposing penalties for crack cocaine offenses that were 100 times harsher than those for powdered cocaine. This disparity was widely viewed as disproportionately targeting low-income African Americans, who were more likely to use crack rather than more expensive drugs like powdered cocaine or methamphetamine. Moinas-wide Raj. The consequences of these policies were severe, contributing to increased instances of police brutality, mass incarceration of young black men on drug-related charges, and long prison sentences. As a result, many individuals lost access to voting, rights, housing opportunities, and employment, which in turn contributed to rising levels of violence in impoverished communities. Although the war on drugs had originally been initiated under President Nixon in the 1970s, it was significantly expanded during Ronald Reagan's administration. While Nixon's approach had focused on eliminating minimum sentencing for marijuana possession and establishing federal treatment programs, Reagan emphasized stricter criminal enforcement. In 1984, Reagan signed the Comprehensive Crime Control Act, which increased federal penalties for marijuana-related offenses, introduced mandatory minimum sentences, and eliminated parole for federal inmates. During the early 1980s, funding for the FBI's drug enforcement efforts grew dramatically, rising from $8 million in 1980 to $95 million by 1984, when George H.W. Bush assumed the presidency in 1989. He continued and intensified these policies. In his first televised address, Bush held up a small bag containing white chalky pieces, identifying it as crack cocaine. Describing it, he remarked, "It looks as harmless as candy, but it is turning our cities into war zones," despite the fact that drug usage rates had already begun to decline by 1989. Bush allocated $45 billion toward drug enforcement, an amount exceeding the combined spending of the previous 4 administrations. It was later revealed that the drugs displayed during Bush's speech had been staged. An undercover federal agent had arranged for a young dealer to sell drugs in Lafayette Park, near the White House, to create the impression that drug activity was occurring right outside the president's residence. Another major event during Bush's presidency was the Gulf War. Under Saddam Hussein's leadership, Iraq sought to take control of Kuwait and its oil reserves, aiming to dominate a significant portion of the global oil supply. In response, the United States and several allied nations formed a coalition to oppose the invasion and protect access to these resources. Beginning on January 16, 1991, a combined air and ground military campaign was launched, involving forces from the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Kuwait. Within just over a month, Iraqi forces were decisively defeated and retreated from Kuwait by February 28th. The consequences of the conflict would continue to influence global politics well into the 21st century. Between 1990 and 1997, the proportion of US households owning personal computers rose significantly, increasing from 15% to 35%. This rapid spread of computer technology, along with the emergence of the World Wide Web, propelled the information technology sector into rapid expansion. Entrepreneurs and investors alike were eager to capitalize on this growing market. By 1998, fueled by optimism about the profitability of internet-based companies, low interest rates, and abundant venture capital, investors were willing to fund nearly any business associated with the internet. Traditional indicators of success, such as profitability or even having a clear business plan, were often overlooked. At the peak of this boom, companies with no revenue history were still able to raise significant funds through initial public offerings, IPOs. As a result, some individuals amassed enormous wealth almost overnight, at least on paper. The Nasdaq Composite Index, a key measure of stock market performance, surged by 582% between January 1995 and March 2000. However, this rapid growth was unsustainable, as many of these companies were vastly overvalued due to their inability to generate profits. Instead, investors focused on metrics like website traffic rather than financial fundamentals. Speculative investing, buying stocks at low prices with the expectation of future gains, drove the bubble further. But the entire system was fragile. Like a house of cards, when investment funding began to decline, many of the highly publicized companies collapsed. As a result, the bubble burst, triggering widespread panic in the markets. Mass sell-offs followed, and by 2002, losses associated with the dot-com boom were estimated to total around $5 trillion. The bursting of the bubble also contributed to an economic recession that began in March 2001 and lasted for 8 months. Despite this, the downturn was relatively mild compared to other recessions in US history. Not all companies from the dot-com era failed. However, some survived and eventually grew into major corporations that remain influential today, including Microsoft, Amazon, eBay, Qualcomm, and Cisco. With record levels of voter participation, Barack Obama became the first African American elected president of the United States. He secured victory by winning the popular vote by more than 10 million ballots and earning a decisive majority in the Electoral College. Obama's message of hope struck a powerful chord with the American public. While the war on terror continued abroad, growing economic troubles at home intensified a sense of uncertainty among Americans. In 2008, a collapse in the US housing market triggered a cascading series of financial losses across global markets, ultimately leading to a prolonged economic downturn known as the Great Recession. This crisis became the most severe economic contraction experienced in the United States since the Great Depression of 1929. As a result, countless Americans were unable to meet mortgage obligations and lost their homes, while businesses failed and the federal government rushed to mitigate the widespread damage. By 2009, newly inaugurated President Barack Obama oversaw the passage of multiple legislative measures by Congress aimed at addressing the crisis and implementing reforms to prevent a similar collapse in the future. In 2013, responsibility for military operations within Afghanistan was officially transferred to Afghan forces, and a timeline was announced by the United States for a complete withdrawal by 2016. During the 2016 presidential race, one of the most contentious elections in American history unfolded between Republican candidate Donald Trump and Democratic nominee Hillary Clinton. While Clinton emphasized her extensive experience within government, Trump's campaign broke from traditional political strategies. His message resonated strongly with voters who felt overlooked in recent years and those who harbored deep distrust toward the federal government. Ultimately, Trump secured victory by winning the majority of electoral votes, defeating Clinton. Almost immediately after the election, concerns arose regarding potential interference by foreign powers such as Russia and China. In 2017, Donald Trump assumed the presidency and chose to reverse the previously planned withdrawal from Afghanistan as the Islamic State began to establish a presence in the region. At the same time, he authorized the deployment of the largest non-nuclear bomb in the US arsenal, reinforcing his decision to maintain military operations on the ground. Following 2 additional years of conflict, negotiations between the United States and the Taliban resumed. And after repeated delays and cancellations, a peace agreement was finally reached in 2020. Early in that same year, a novel virus was first identified in Wuhan, China. By mid-March 2020, cases of COVID-19 had been confirmed in all 50 US states, with the majority of infections resulting from community transmission rather than international travel. The pandemic inflicted significant economic hardship, political tension, and psychological strain on the American population. It also exposed deep divisions within the country regarding the role of government during crises, particularly in debates over vaccine mandates. In 2020, the United States faced another highly polarized presidential election. Incumbent President Donald Trump, seeking re-election, competed against former Vice President Joe Biden during the height of the pandemic. Key issues shaping the race included racial injustice, gun control, and Supreme Court appointments. As the public health crisis deepened divisions between political factions, both candidates focused heavily on the physical and emotional impact of the pandemic. After a contentious and prolonged vote-counting process extended by early voting and mail-in ballots introduced during the pandemic, Biden emerged victorious, securing both the popular vote and the Electoral College majority. However, the election results were immediately challenged by Trump and his supporters, who alleged widespread voter fraud. Trump repeatedly claimed that the election had been stolen, further eroding trust in the electoral system. On January 6, 2021, as Congress convened to certify the election results, large groups of Trump supporters, some affiliated with extremist organizations such as the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, gathered outside the U.S. Capitol. These groups organized an effort to disrupt the certification process and pressure Congress into overturning the results in favor of Trump. The crowd ultimately breached security barriers, entered the Capitol building, and forced lawmakers to evacuate. While clashes occurred between rioters and law enforcement, once the building was secured, Congress resumed its session, and Vice President Mike Pence officially confirmed Joe Biden as the winner of the election. In 2021, Joe Biden was inaugurated as President of the United States, alongside Vice President Kamala Harris, who became both the first woman and the first African American to hold the office. Under Biden's leadership, the United States began its final military withdrawal from Afghanistan. As American forces departed, the Taliban rapidly regained control, overthrowing the Afghan government and undoing much of the progress achieved over the previous 2 decades. In 2022, the Russian Federation launched an invasion of Ukraine, prompting the United States to provide support to Ukraine in response to Russian expansion. Today, the Biden administration continues to pursue progressive domestic and foreign policies while navigating deep political divisions within the nation. As the 2024 election approaches, the future direction of the United States appears uncertain. Since declaring independence in 1776, the country has undergone profound and often turbulent political, social, and economic transformations. Yet, these challenges have become a defining feature of the nation, which has consistently endured hardship and emerged stronger. The resilience of the American people and their capacity for adaptation remains central to the country's identity. Today, the United States continues to stand as a global leader, earning both respect and admiration. With a population exceeding 334 million, it is among the most diverse nations in the world. Its vast landscape includes some of the most remarkable natural wonders on Earth, protected through an extensive system of national parks, monuments, preserves, and historic sites. From its earliest beginnings, Americans have fought for what they believe to be just, a tradition that continues to this day. The enduring American spirit, defined by determination and perseverance, has driven the nation's achievements in politics, science, business, and culture. Though not without flaws, the United States continues striving toward progress, remaining committed to the ideals that have guided it since its founding nearly 250 years ago.